Oh, yeah. Oh. I apologize about that. Let me turn my gain down here. Sorry about that. Let me turn my gain down. There we go. Hail, hello, and welcome to day 2 of our Vermintide 1000 follower celebration. We actually got a number of other followers yesterday. Sorry, my camera was like, oh, battery low. We'll be fine. Welcome. How are you guys doing today? Hello to everybody. Today's gonna be another exciting day. We have a bunch of interviews set up. We have marketing manager Tuva who will be with us. We have a content creator panel who will be talking to Party Knife, Wet Magic, Volatile Toast, JTC Live. We've got a little bit of an intermission in between there, and then later on we'll be talking with Michelle Tosini and Janfron. I don't think I've is it Janfron? Janfon or Janfron? Either way, it's going to be fan-made cinematics and what goes into that. I don't want to spoil any questions just yet. We also have the interview with Morris from Fat Shark as well, talking about the development of Sister of the Thorn. And then we'll have some closing ceremonies, some giveaways, some closing thoughts, and then something we didn't do in the last yesterday. Something I would like to do is maybe open up maybe 10 minutes, maybe 20 minutes, depending on how conversation goes, on feedback from viewers. If we could get feedback from viewers about maybe celebrations like this, so similar to Vermintide 1 when we had the V1 festival, and just stuff like that, just some live Snapfire reviews like that towards the end, that would be very beneficial for us creating these kind of mini conventions, I guess, digital conventions, and just really focus on what community desires, wants, and needs. So please stick around for that. Let me scroll up here, take a look what's going on day 2. Okay, so our conversation with Tuva will be in about 15 minutes. More like 10 minutes if I'm reading what Discord is saying right now. And yesterday was just a treat. I just want to like recap what we saw, what we did yesterday. We were able to talk to Matthew Ward about the content creation, not just content creation, but like world building, character creation, story writing, and then he even gave some like pro tips, actual pro tips on what it means or what you can do yourself if we have anybody who's creative writer or anybody who is pursuing being an author. He gave a couple of tips on that. Then we spoke with Midiankai about creating the Onslaught series logo and the art for the channel. And then he even went deeper into talking about like the creative process. Like he's very much into being able to use people as models for a lot of his art, and you heard how he used EXAN as a model, which is awesome. And then we're going to talk about talking with Tim Bentink. I've already seen the number of clips. If I go into this channel, like into the nitty gritty here, the stats for the channel here, and I take a look at all the clips that were made. If I go to the Reddit, does anybody have any links? Say I do. Give me a 1 in chat if you have some funny links from yesterday's voice. I'm reading chat now. If you guys have any cool links or any edits or videos like that from yesterday's, give me a 1 in chat, and then we'll review some of those links. Tim was absolutely amazing, Magic. Like he was like full energy. He wanted to like explore and talk more about like the character and things that he's done. He talked about his book, being the character on the Archers. He it just was fantastic, taking those, like offering like the reviews. It wasn't like, could you do something for us? He was like, let me have it. And I thought that was so cool. Also yesterday, let me know if the video is good. I did a review of yesterday's broadcast, and I realized, yes, I'm in a basement and it's very, very dark down here. So I have so many lights on right now. So let me know if you can see me a little bit better. I don't look like I'm actually in a cave. Yes. Let's take a look at this. Okay, good. Yesterday, I am in an actual basement. I'm surprised you guys can't hear the HVAC going on. I'm like 6 feet or 2 meters away from it. Let's take a look at these quick little clips. if this works. Window capture. We got some Reddit links. Oh, yes. Okay, will this work? Profile. By Sigmar. Yeah. Here we go. Okay. All right, I'm gonna cover up. But you know what? I'll cover myself up, and we can review chat as we watch these amazing posts. All right. Let me get that out of the way. Let's watch this. I don't know how loud it's gonna be.
By Sigma, you've posted crit. Prepare to be judged.
Dude, look. It's not just the fact that he did the voice acting. We look at the mouth. This mouth is animated.
By Sigma.
Oh, a little too. Look at the mouth.
Prepare to be judged.
Even the eyebrows. This is fantastic. That is so good that you were serious. You're like, everything stops here. I'm making these animations.
Saltspire Gaming.
Can I do that again? Can I full screen that? Will it work? Oh, yeah. Let's do it. Okay.
Saltspire Gaming.
That's so cool. Thank you, guys. Did they lock me into the basement? No. Yeah, well, actually, oh, that'd be funny. That'd be funny. I am now locked into the Skaven basement. EXAN Skaven basement. Oh, that can go funny ways. Yeah, I thought that was awesome. I thought that was awesome that he's making all these even while we were talking with him, he had already made I'm assuming they had already made videos of like some of the voice acting and whatnot that he had done for us, just like some of the lines. The thing is, he can just immediately into the role, right? And then back out like seamlessly. I think that's crazy. Cave camera adds to the atmosphere. I have some lights and stuff. I couldn't get it all, and yes, it's all blurry. I'm trying to do that aesthetic, right? But don't worry, this will be filled out. Baby Yoda won't be on the floor for much longer. Yeah, right? 5 minutes in. Oh, here we go. Yes. Okay, will this work? Click. Here we go.
Ishka, what are you doing?
I'm gonna use that. Did he do more? I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna need that clip right now.
Going on? I thought you were supposed to be able to use this bloody technology.
Dude, that's so good. I actually didn't hear that second part because I was standing up. trying to plug in my USB. I'm using like my big boy DSLR, right, for this. Like I was like, I'm gonna use it, yeah. And then like I didn't want to use this, so he in the Google Meets conversation with OBS, you can't have this camera be in two sources at once. So I ripped open my box of my old USB camera, slapped it in there, and I was able to get to talk to Tim face to face. So that in itself was just such a surreal moment. I'm talking to Saltspire. What was that you said? You said I've watched the VOD, seen the announcement, a lot of fun. Yep, it was amazing. Could we attempt to talk to other VAs? So the way that yeah, we've already answered that, but yeah, the way it goes is basically we talk through their agency, or we have to go through official channels, email them, say, hey, would you like to be part of this? And just invite them, and sometimes our timelines link up and we're able to. So it's really cool stuff. So many TV shows, UK. I think it's the thick of it, I think is what he would, I would assume I know him from. Like I'd have to rewatch it again and be like, oh, but I think it's the thick of it is one of the shows that I remember his name in. Yeah, he's in Dark Souls 2, he's in Dark Souls 3, he's voiced James Bond, he's done so much stuff. Right? Like I wanted to ask that, but I didn't want to be like, tell me this character, tell me this character. He was just so I don't know the right word. I don't want to say like inviting, but so just like approachable and wanted to talk about it and experience. I think something he didn't realize, or something he didn't realize how much of it was, is how much love there is for Saltspire that you guys, everybody, like Vermintide has for Saltspire. So I think that's really cool. I think that that was like realized for him. Like, I'm pretty sure he had a clue, but just like being able to see that. And when I tweeted him last night, I took a screen cap of basically everybody that we had a talk with. I took a screen cap of when you guys put in like the heart emojis and all that stuff, and then I tweeted at them and showed them the love from you guys. So not just from us, but chat as well. So really getting like the whole thing included. We're really doing that here. Did you guys see like when he was like talking about, well, one day I'm screaming about troll vomit, and then that troll vomit clip was really good too. And then he's like, and then I'm talking like an orc, and then I'm talking like a cyclops. Like the way he just went into each different role just immediately was so cool. He did. He did. He was the petrified sorcerer. Oh, was he? In 3? Oh, that's cool. Now I want to go back and play it just specifically to hear those characters. Okay, so while we're on the concept of I know I said I'd wait towards the end of this, but what's a couple of quick fire things that you guys would like to see more of if we're doing like interviews and whatnot? Voice actors is something I personally would also like to see. I would love the fact that we can talk to the devs here, especially later today when we talk about creation of Sister of the Thorn. That's like, do you remember? Maybe it was the 1 year anniversary of Vermintide 2. I think it's the 1 year anniversary of Vermintide 2, where Fat Shark on their official Twitch channel did like basically like a tell-all, and they were talking about map creation. They showed us how they create maps. They talked about lore writing, music writing, voice creation. They talked about even going all the way down from creating a character model from the ground up and then scaling it and then texturing it and then coloring it. Like, I think that was Vermintide 1, right? I think if that's something we can kind of mimic in a way, like on our own community side of things, I think that'd be really cool to create like a community spot, like where we share artwork, music, video clips, just literally anything in the creation side of it, fan wise. That could be fan art, that could be writings, so that could be cosplays. You get what I'm saying? Like basically, if you see it on YouTube, Reddit, or Twitter, we should showcase it here and give each one of those individuals that, you know, that moment of sunlight. I think that'd be really cool. What do you think? I'd like to hear more of the internal works of how programming and core mechanics work. They did that once upon a time. Tim and Tom did that once. And one question that I remember asking them was, I would like to see more gibs, more blood and guts. And like when I smash in a skull of a rat with a hammer, I want to see just like bone and brain matter. And then they had discussed that, and it's not just like every single one of those bits of bone would already be in part of the, like, would make up part of the model, and then it flying out and adding physics to individual things like that would be an immense challenge. Likewise with arms, fingers, limbs. So they kind of explain some of that, but I do agree with you. I'd like to know more, deeper into that. Oh, like an actual deep dive. Yeah, I think that'd be really cool. Maybe that's something we could set up in the future. We'll write it down. And then we'll be leading into an interview with Tuva in just a few minutes here. Oh no, like right now actually. Day 2 script. So we're gonna go in. We're gonna segue. Let's go into day 2, officially day 2 here, and we're gonna have an interview with Tuva, the marketing manager at Fat Sharks. Let me go pull her in, and let's have a chat. Now, is this on Discord? Or is this going to be on... Looks like it's on Discord. Okay. Hello. Uh-oh, hold on. Settings. My Discord thinks. Discord. Appearance. How do I get this to work here? Discord thinks that it should use my monitor as an output instead of my speaker, so people can't hear you just yet. Voice and video, there we go. Okay, give it a shot.
Hi.
There we go. Let's get a hello
Just let
in
me.
chat.
Do you, do you want? I can have my camera if that's.
If you want to, yeah, I think it'd be cool.
Yeah, sure.
All right, and then I'll be able to pull you in, or at least be able to capture you. All right, let's see.
Hi. It's nice to meet you all. Good afternoon, or morning, or evening.
Can I do it?
How is everyone?
There we
While
go.
Ishka is setting this up.
Do
It's
some.
so weird seeing myself like that sometimes, you know. I do stream quite, or used to stream quite a lot for Fat Shark, but every time I see myself in another stream, I still get a little bit confused.
Do you ever like, wait, I was there? That's me, right? And you're like, hold on, let me check
Yeah,
my Gmail. It's not some doppelganger.
exactly. And it's always fun when I go onto Reddit, for example, after a stream and I see my own face, and all I can think about is that one strand of hair that I knew was in my face that I couldn't take away because I was busy.
You're like wearing your headphones, and it's just like that one stray up here. You're just like, that's all you can focus on. You're like, can you?
Yeah, down here.
Why?
Exactly.
Chat saying hello, welcome.
Hi. I'm a tiny bit nervous, so you have to live with that. It's been a long time since I did a stream. So, but it's gonna be good. I mean, Shad is here. You're here.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've actually like chat or even had like an interaction in a little while. So how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. I'm enjoying my weekend or the final bits of it. We've actually had great weather for Sweden. You know, we usually don't have amazing weather, but now it's the summer seasons, which is splendid, you know, and just enjoying the sunshine. Welcome to my renovations as well. We're
Accent.
renovating.
Accent's doing the same thing yesterday. She's like, oh, I don't want my camera on because there's like work crew back there. I don't want people walking around.
Yeah, I put up I can see a blanket because otherwise there's this massive echo because it's basically just empty.
Well, okay,
Um,
so let's kind of dive into to meeting you. This is could be the first
yeah.
time people actually get to see you, and
Mm,
let's like introduce yourself, tell us who you are, and just a little interview or a little like preview.
yeah. Yeah, this is an interview in case you had forgotten. But yeah, I'm Tuva. I work for Fat Shark and I'm one of their marketing managers. And I was not that when I started, but I am now. Um, I've been working in the games industry for 5 or 6 years now. I don't know how much like student time working counts, but almost 6 years in total. And I am a great book lover and gardening lover. Um, I love books. I collect books, gaming books. Yeah. And I'm usually on the Fat Shark streams. That's why some of you might know me.
It's usually the Fat Shark streams are typically like it's you like a year ago was Tim Tom Tuva. It was like the three T's, you know, and then you guys
Yeah, if
and
Tim and Tom would sit next to me, I would be sitting on the left with the technology. So basically, how that works is that I deal with OBS and all of the different monitors, make sure the game sound is fine, and Tim and Tom is next to me, and my job is also to stare at them and make sure they behave.
I know that like you said you'd sit off over here, so you'd be like streaming, and like, hi guys.
Yeah,
That's all you get.
exactly. Yeah, and then a hand because I would be busy elsewhere. I can see that it's my camera frozen. Oh boy.
I see you fine. Okay. Oh, it's because I minimized Discord, so I didn't or know what to do. Guys, I did turn her down a little bit. It seemed a little like loud on my end. If you want me to turn her up, just say so now in chat, so we don't have any issues with hearing her. And we'll keep. Go ahead.
No, I'm just like I can make some noise if you want to hear me talk. I'm good at talking.
Okay.
A
Okay.
little louder. No, but Tim and Tom usually sits next to me, and I sit a bit far away, just like waving, doing the tech stuff. And if they're gaming, actually, I would be doing some of my other work at the same time.
What
Because multitasking.
what's some of that I guess the experience that you gain in doing that, like in being in the position that you're in, like how does one like gain experience in that?
As in marketing or as in doing like the content production bits?
Let's go with content production.
Yeah. So basically, I went to university for it. I've total like 6 years, but 2 different degrees. But that's the the other one. I went to university for 2 years to get a degree in content creation, basically in how to form content for different audiences. So basically, learning how to read data and how to turn that data into valuable content, as it was. You could say that. Um, And when it comes to streaming, that was actually one of the things I had not done that very much of when I started Fat Shark, but I had worked with esports before, and prior to coming to Fat Shark, I worked in esports. So I had a bit of experience with how the esports world actually works when it comes to live TV shows and how they segment content and how they shape their live shows and how they read that data basically to create more engaging content. So that was my way to gain the content creation uh, experience.
It's interesting that you said my next question for you was it Warhammer right out the gate, but then you said esports. Can you talk about which esports it was?
I worked for one of them, like a broadcaster service, basically. Can't say the specific name, but basically doing the communications for them.
Okay. So when you were able to, or when you shifted to Fat Shark and it was Vermintide, um, what was that mind shift kind of like going from esports to this other like niche style Warhammer game? Because you usually see a lot of 40K, and now we're talking fantasy.
Yeah, I'm a massive fantasy nerd before Warhammer. So if you just think fantasy, I read tons of fantasy books. I play fantasy games. I've been very engaged in fantasy content for a very long time. So the aspect of fantasy was more appealing to me than, for example, 40K was at that point. Because I was thinking, Warhammer. I am not that into Warhammer because I had this, when you don't know Warhammer, you usually have this view of what it is. It's quite stereotypical, the miniatures basically. And but when I started to read into it a bit more, I realized that there are these tons and tons of amazing books by great authors. So I just started, Gothric and Felix, and digging into those instead, because there was so much more than what you think it would be. And I actually got into Fat Shark by playing Vermintide 2 to be specific.
Oh, cool. Can you tell me about that? Like, so you're playing. Is there a particular character you gravitated towards?
Um, I really like Carillion because of the stats. I mean
Yeah.
That's key. And I also really enjoyed Saltspire.
Mm-hmm.
And I played some Bardy, and we alternated. I had a group of friends that were just playing together. We were playing different games, and I saw that they were playing Vermintide, and this was just about when Vermintide 2 was released. So after in June or something, I saw them playing this game, and it got me intrigued. Like, what are you guys playing? It sounds like a lot of fun, but it also looks really gory and really scary. And I'm a big chicken, so the first time I played Vermintide 2, I was actually listening to the Guardians of the Galaxy mixtape.
Nice.
And I turned down the sound of the music in Vermintide 2 because it scared the hell out of me.
Does
So,
does the
go ahead.
does playing from the game like that, and then you start working at Fat Shark, has that influenced how you view the game, how you play the game, or do you still get like maybe some jump scares, or do you still feel like that like thing that you're just
I
talking
do
about?
get jump scares. The first the first time I view the content, it's very different from how it originally ends up, and sometimes it can be a little bit of time between when I view it. Um, so the second or third time, fourth time I play it, there might be some moments where I get a big scare,
Mm-hmm.
and that's mostly comes from the sound cues. It took me a while to understand the gutter runner, like the skidding in the in the back. It's like, who's there? I get a little bit freaked out by the different sounds around you. But the way of playing the game definitely changed. The way I played it before is probably how most of you play it, for enjoyment, more like for fun. You sit there and you just whack down rats. And now most of the time when I play it, it is to either evaluate it or find key points that I need to uh, take into my work, basically. It's not as much just hack and slash away rats or whack a rat. Sometimes I do, but I can never view it the same way.
Is that something that surprises you from that, or maybe something else that surprises you while working at Fat Shark?
Of course, it was a little bit surprising when or how you view a game changes. It's turned from a small hobby of mine, play this game for fun, and just enjoying everything, and then it turns into work. That doesn't mean I love the game any less or love the products any less. That just means that the love and passion I have as a player has to be a little bit put aside to take place with logical me, the
Okay.
thinking one, and not the one who just acts on emotions, but go back more on yeah, go back to the logical bit and actually view it as a thing. And maybe sometimes when we're playtesting, I have to look for bugs, and then I don't have time to sit there and whack the rat.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay, so if you are um playing Vermintide, we've watched you play Vermintide on the Fat Shark channel. What are other games
Yeah.
that you play?
Some of the other games I play are very story heavy. Recently, I have enjoyed Spiritfarer, which is a small indie game about if you're sensitive for grief, hold your ears. Just gonna say that. But it's about dealing with loved ones passing away and
Mm.
how we deal with grief. It's a very beautiful game, a little bit heavy-sided. Otherwise, I played a ton of World of Warcraft back, not anymore, but back in the days. And I've also recently been playing on my Switch Breath of the Wild again, because that has to be replayed every year. And saw Super Mario Odyssey again. I like to go back and replay some games. Not only for fun, but also for like learning experiences.
Could you tell me about some like what goes into maybe promoting a game like Vermintide? Is it something that can be taught? Is it trial and error? How do you go about like learning how to effectively handle that kind of chaos? Like,
So I can't go into too many details, but I can give you a brief. Um, a lot of experience goes into it. Actually, it's probably more than one would think. When you have back when games just begun being marketed 20-25 years ago, there was no experience to go by. Basically, I couldn't market like market game back then because not old enough. But we have a lot of past experience in previously released games to look at. And at the same time, you have to evolve with the market because that constantly changes. Just game engine changes, how we develop new games and so forth. We also have to evolve, but you do some trial and error, and that's what you do in game development. You do some trial and error, and you also go by the experience that you do have in your team. So if I would go on my experience alone, we probably wouldn't get super far. But I have a massive team around, not massive team, if you were a couple more, but in age of experience, we have quite a lot from different aspects of marketing, not only from games marketing, but also from other brand marketing. Because when you do marketing studies, you actually look more at bigger brands, such as, for example, what can I take? That is very Swedish, Volvo cars.
Okay.
We actually look at other brands too that are not games to learn more and look how what they do can help us next time.
Okay. Just so something I thought of while you're answering that is like using that kind of information. How, are you able to say, okay, that would work way better as a Reddit post, or that would work way better as like a tweet?
Yeah, some content are just working better as specific content. Some ideas when you start out. I do a lot of brainstorming, a lot of just drawing board, so to say, sketch. Can't speak. Um, so I sit there and I have this great idea in my head that I'm gonna do an entire series of this, like 20 posts, and then Hedge might come and say like, I think that doesn't work. No, why not? Why wouldn't this work? I'm having the moment of my life. I'm on a storm of inspiration. It's just like, but it would be brilliant as a Reddit post. It's like, you're right. You are definitely right. So sometimes the entire team helps out to create the different content. We might have an idea, but that idea bounces even into production with the producers and game designers because they have some of the things that I'm marketing is of course heavily related to them.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, okay. So you talked about the development of the game, but like yesterday when we talked to Matthew Ward about creating the Loner Chronicles, which is
Oh, I love them.
they're awesome. Like every single post, every Friday, I'm like actually waking up, eating breakfast, and I'm on Twitter like, where is it? Where is it? But I'm pretty sure it's something that the entire community enjoys, and they look forward to it as well every Friday. Many of those particular passages spark conversations between players. Are they all just for fun? Are they subtle hints at something more in the future?
Wouldn't that be spoiling it? If I told you, wouldn't that be a massive spoiler? What's the point then if I tell you?
So
But
so then,
the Loner Chronicles are great. Sorry, I mean, I work closely with Matthew with these. He writes them. He's a genius at that. I get to pre-read them before anyone else, and it's a great time for me. I grab like a massive mug of coffee,
mhm.
big because I'm gonna be there a while, and I just sit there. I book out a couple of hours, and I just read.
That's fantastic. And then so then that gets put into the Chronicle itself, and then that gets put out to Twitter. I follow it really closely on Twitter. I'm
Hmm?
more of a Twitter user than a Reddit user. But I'm imagining like once you do make those posts on Fridays, then what do you do? Do you sit and you go, let's watch them pick at this for a second, or like what's the next step after that?
So I can walk through a little bit of that process because it's not brain science and it's not something secret. The Chronicles started out actually with me just this would be something like this would be great. It's just over coffee. I just thought like, oh, that can be fun, maybe. I don't know. And it wasn't that shape at all in the beginning. It would look very differently. It was supposed at that time to be something completely else for a totally different reason.
Mm.
And then it bounced, as I said, between different members, and then eventually to Matthew, who picked it up and turned it into more of what it is today. And it's great. So after I get the text, I read it, make sure that it's aligned with what I am looking for a little bit, or it fills the a purpose. And not only it's sometimes content can have several purposes, but I look to make sure that it is what we agreed it would be. And then I make sure it looks okay on the website, as okay as it gets. Text is text, and it's not always fun. And make sure that the layout is correct, the right info is in the header, and make sure that it looks good to be copied over to Steam. And then I think about what I'm gonna write on Twitter, because sometimes, as you've seen, there's a bit of a copy bit, like I've copied the actual text itself, and sometimes I twist it. Sometimes there's just bits in the text that are perfect as a tweet, and then I want to use them. But they are also posted on Steam and Facebook, Twitter, yeah, and the website, of course.
Right, on like official forums and whatnot.
Yeah, not the forums per se. Always, the content gets out still. We also post it on Discord. Just remembered, but as content as it goes, it's good content for the website, and it takes maybe 10 minutes until it is on Reddit. You guys are fast. As soon as I say anything, it's there in 10 minutes. Sometimes even less.
Oh, they'll do it within
I watched
seconds.
it for a little bit. Yeah, I watched a little bit to see if it gets picked up. Basically the initial reaction, and then I have more things to do. Sometimes I watch posts for a lot longer, depending on, like, for releases. I monitor posts a lot because there can be a ton of questions, and other times I just don't monitor them because with the experience, you can sort of estimate the reaction, I guess you can say. I can almost see the entire lifespan of a post immediately from seeing the content of it.
Have you ever made a post that took off and you didn't realize or expect it to like take off?
So the one of the ones that was a bit of a a joke between me and Hedge. Hedge was the mastermind behind this, or sort of. It was just around the release of Sister of the Thorn. You probably saw it. It was a review.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It was a review about.
It was such a savage tweet.
Yeah, and I just talked. Me and Hedge I was looking at the reviews because just to see the reaction, and then it's just like, what if we did this, Hedge? And he's just like, yeah.
Go for it. I'm trying to find it. It was such a good post.
Yeah.
Here it is.
We never tried to harm, hurt, or make anyone feel, how to say, or give anyone bad feelings with our socials. So when we do something, but I mean, this one just was a little bit of fun.
Oh, I mean, I feel like this one perfectly channels Barden, right? So hold on.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can pull it up. Or I can drop the link
one.
here in chat for you. It's so good. I saw this. I was like, oh, that's
it was
fantastic.
imagined in the voice of Carillion just rung in my head. So the response is actually an original response I saw somewhere, and Hedge took it to the next level.
This is a window capture, right? With the Tide 1K schedule.
And I thought that it would maybe just, pass by a little bit. Someone would have a poke giggle at it. Yeah. And then it decided to stay longer. And I mean, Twitter is the perfect place for these things. It's a lot of fun.
Here you guys go. I had to figure out a quick way to do it. So there's the review, right? There's our review, and it's like 0 out of 0 hours, right? Last 2 weeks, 0 hours on record. God, I hate elves. And there's there's Fat Shark. Okay, Gore. Oh no, it was Carillion. I can't give us an okay Carillion or okay Gorkson and Carillion.
Me?
Yeah.
I can't. I don't have the accent for it.
I want to do it like.
Okay, Gorkson.
I think it's just great. Some claps.
Sounds better in my head.
But yeah, okay.
But
so
that was one of them that just spiraled a little bit.
I think it's hilarious. Like you look at it, it's got 800 likes. Like like people saw it and players saw it and it resonated with players. So I think it's perfect.
Yeah, sometimes you just have it. You have a good day and it just goes. We witnessed the birth of a new meme.
Okay, Glory. It's in the game already, guys.
Yeah, she does poke at him a lot.
Can you tell me oh, you kind of already did talk about the mind shift of kind of going from playing the game and like as the player and then as a developer, and then you told me pretty much how you went through the mind shift from like telling your friends about the game. Like if you're playing the game by yourself and you're like, hey bros, check this out, and you link it into your Discord or your private chats or whatever. Hey guys, come on, let's play it on Friday. And then you have to make that even bigger, I assume, like as the marketer. You're like, I gotta tell everyone who's like interested in Warhammer, or maybe they don't know, maybe they've. That's an interesting question. From Vermintide 1, did you ever market Vermintide as a Left 4 Dead clone? Did that ever go through your head?
I was not at Fat Shark at that point, so I cannot speak at all about that. I do not have the knowledge to speak for that, actually.
Okay. I'm curious about that because I know like it's a lot of people say that, even like streams like Vermintide streams, when someone comes in like, hi, I'm new, what's this game, I've never seen this, and then like everybody has their own flair on how they talk about it. So going from that to like the marketer of this is the game you need to play, I think is a hurdle.
Yeah, it was a big hurdle from being a very passionate player and going more into the mindset that I am maybe only a tiny fraction of the entire player base. And that, I think, was the greatest mind shift, to try and learn and also to adapt to not being that player anymore. My experience about the game was from being that tiny fraction of the entire community of all of the tens of thousands people going through this game, and how do I talk to as many of them as possible about this amazing game we are all playing.
I think that's really powerful. I think that's a really powerful response. Let's open the floor to maybe some questions from chat, and then while they're typing in, let's take a step back and just talk about like what are some hobbies you have outside of Vermintide or Fat Shark, or even out of Warhammer.
So I said I'm a very avid fantasy reader. I read so many books. It's there can be hobbies outside of Vermintide. Yes.
Kinda.
There can be. When you sit with Vermintide already 8 hours a day, I think having hobbies outside of it is fine.
Little
But
healthy
I read
there.
a ton of books. Yeah, changed, and also for inspiration.
Hmm. Is there a specific particular like series you're into, or maybe one that you just like go back and read?
Yeah, I always turn back to Trudy Canavan, her books. I always bounce back. It takes a couple of years, uh, always, but I'm on my third round of some of her series.
Hmm.
Just I introduced my partner to her recently, the Magician's Guild, and now we've been listening to the entire series
Oh, nice. It's
as
on
an audiobook
Audible.
to enjoy it together. Yeah. So that's super cool to be able to share that. Vermintide is more than a full-time job. It's a lifestyle.
It
Yes,
seriously
it is.
is. This, I don't know if you guys can see it, but right
Uh,
here is my vermin shrine. I don't know if everybody else has
oh,
ones,
look at
but
that.
I've got shirts you can't get anywhere. Like I bought all the like when on Vermintide 1, they had official merch on Game Tea. And so I bought like all the shirts. I bought like everything that is vermin related, and just above it are some books, and it goes over the whole like Vermintide book itself, and then like the whole chronicle of I can't think of his name. The Grey Seer. Thankful. Thankful. And so like right here from here to here is just vermin books, just Skaven books. And I even went and found uh the what is that one? The Vile Ratman and their loathsome ilk or kin. So Vermintide made me as a player completely convert from 40k to fantasy, and then even deeper still into just Skaven. So it's just Skaven, and this is my Vermin shrine. So that's what Vermintide does to me. That's why when you make a lore post with like Chronicles or something, I like eat it up. I'm like, I gotta see what this is gonna say.
It is so much fun to see the speculations afterwards. I go onto Reddit and the forums and read some of the discussions, and just to see what you guys have picked up, what you're guessing might happen. I saw a question from Curse of 13.
Mm-hmm.
Sadly, I cannot answer your question. I am sorry, but I
Pleasure.
cannot answer it.
Then we have maybe you could answer this, or maybe give us some teases. Are there other projects that you are working on, or maybe not necessarily you as Fat Shark, or maybe you as Tula? Are there other projects and something that you're working on you'd like to tell us about?
Um, I'm renovating a house. Does that count? I guess. I yeah, I'm restoring furniture over on my on yeah, I restore furniture.
That's cool.
I don't really have projects that I share a lot because most
Mm.
of them are for this place that is a total mess. But yeah. What is your personal favorite Vermintide Umgak?
Ooh, that's good.
It is that is a good one. Hold on. Oh, I I would have to say Pigmar. When I saw that hat, I
With like the
thought
little dangly ears.
obviously saw it before it got out, so to say, that
Hmm.
it was put live, and we and when I saw the physics of it with the jiggling,
Hmm.
and I never thought about Pigmar at all. It never crossed my mind. So the first time that I actually saw it over on Reddit, and I was just like, oh, it's genius. It is utterly genius. Another great umgak is a little bit internal, but it's when Team and I was on Twitch,
Hmm.
and Hedge told us that the package sent by you guys was kid friendly.
Yes.
And I,
Okay.
yeah, and I'm just sitting there like, Hedge, are you sure? There's nothing on here that can, you know, it's still, is it PG okay? It's like, yeah, it should be. It should be fine. It's okay. And he knew. He bloody knew. I'm certain he knew. And then Tim just unrolls it, and I think I'm just screaming no.
You physically cover your face like I'm not here. Does anybody have this? Okay, if anybody saw it like way back,
No.
Yes, I am part of a secret society known as the Pillow Cult, and we like to design and send pillows, body pillows to Fat Shark as our thank yous. We have done Saltspire, Sienna, and
Free.
Kruber. Um,
Yeah.
I also would like to take this time and announce that we are currently working on a Carillion one.
Oh boy.
But if anybody has the link for when Sir Kruber made his debut, it's so good. Because
Kneel before Sir Kruber.
you
That
filthy
was just
bastard.
I almost left the room.
You can see if anybody has the link. I don't even know if it exists anymore, the clip. But like Tim is so excited. He pulls it, he gets it, and he goes, "Oh yes!" And he's standing up and he's like, "It needs to be seen." And Tuva's like, "Don't do it. Don't it needs to be seen." So he does it, and then Tuva is just sitting there like trying to
like
she just does not want to exist anymore. Just
yeah, I wanted to. I at the same time as I just wanted to melt through the earth. I just wished I could, you know, visit Hedge and curse him.
he didn't
Because
like
I'm pretty sure he knew.
did he like open up the box from the bottom and was like, "Oh yeah." Did nothing like that? He set you up. That's what it was.
I do not. I think he knew because I asked him, and he probably knew what it was. He didn't open it before because it arrived as a whole package, but I think he spoke with you guys about what it was, if it was okay to open on the stream.
You tell me we got a rat. We got a rat in my pillow cult. Is that's what's happening? Someone leaked some image to Hedge, and he's like, "Yeah, fine. I'm about to figure that out. I'm gonna do some
I did not.
interrogation."
No, it might not be an image, but I just told him what is on it, so you know. But I still think he knew.
I'm
He
excited for
wanted
it.
to come here and defend himself.
He's gonna have to. We'll have to bring him up. What is this? Fight the tide. Oh, is that it? Kneel before Sir Kruber.
No.
Yes.
God.
Yes. All right. This is gonna be so good. How do I do this? How would I do this properly?
I have to relive this moment. I thought that
Let's see.
rat. Literally rat.
How do I get this to work?
That was a day. Yeah,
Oh,
confronted
yes.
with this again. Yeah, it's oh yeah, he's using the chair because I'm like, Tim, you cannot show that. You can't show that. Please don't.
Let's see.
It is.
Yeah, there's been 3. They actually
It is another
live
pillow.
in my
It is.
in my drawer for now because we
Mhm.
just moved. Like, we are not at the office either,
Yeah,
but
exactly. There you go.
I have been moved,
Out
so
of
they
you,
currently
out you
live
go.
in my drawer at my
It's-
desk
Mhm.
for safekeeping.
You
No.
Just maybe you need like
that
a pick
was
me up.
during Christmas.
You
It
just
is.
open the drawer. Hey Kruber. Hey Sienna. Hey Saltspire. That's so good. Look at her. Look,
No.
she's trying to get out of like shot. It's so good. Well, thank you for being such a good sport
dying
about
there.
that.
It's
Tim is
another
being
pillow.
Tim. You know, he's always so
Uh.
jolly and always good fun and good sport. And I'm there just like, no, I'm too prude for this. I
Too
guess.
proper. We can't do this. It's too funny. It's awesome. Well, thank you for continuing opening them on the stream, and you got
Yeah.
2 more, at least.
I look forward to it. No, I opened them with all the love. They are great, and I love reading the quotes on the back because those are amazing. But I'm need to know if they're safe to open.
We'll send them to Hedge, and he'll verify for you.
Oh yeah. Please. I'm not sure he'll tell me. Oh yeah, that's good fun. Whew. Now I'll have stomach ache from laughing.
It's gonna be good. It's good. Well, I want to say thank you again for joining us. We got to wrap up this session here. So chat,
No
if you have
worries.
any last minute questions. Also, if you don't have any questions, can I get a bunch of love for Tuva being here with us? Just any emotes, whether that's Fat Shark emotes, heart emotes, fire emotes. Is there a shark or some sort of fish emote? Something. Let's just get some love for Tuva, please.
Thank you for having me.
I
It was a
appreciate
lot
you
of
being
fun.
here.
Even though I had to relive that. I blame myself.
Should have owned it. You should have stood up with him next time. Next time you unbox the Carillion one.
Yes, next time I will unbox. I'll unbox it outside of the stream first, and then I won't tell anyone else what it is, and I can feel safe.
Just the backside with the quotes.
Exactly. I'll read those and leave the rest for Tim. No, I view them. Of course I do. Yeah. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, chat, for all the love and support. Thank you for playing Vermintide and loving Vermintide. That's what we do. We do it all. That's why we continue, because you love it and you play it.
I love that so much. Well, thank you again, and I hope we can talk again in the future for maybe other events or anything that's going on.
Yeah, for sure. Good luck, have fun, and be kind to Morris.
Thank you so much. We'll see you next time. Bye.
See you. Bye bye.
That was awesome. Oh, hey, you guys can see all that. How do I get rid of that? There we go. So that was our interview with Tuva. I felt that went really well. There's a lot of things that she talked about that I just would never have considered in what goes into talking about the game. I've streamed this game multiple times, and many of you are streamers here as well. They're kind of like, yeah, man, the game's really fun. You can check it out. You can play a couple of builds, and you can be like, it's an RPG. But, like, making it, in a sense, like an ad, you know, I feel like that's incredible power to be able to do that. Excuse me. Oh, I'm like amped. I don't know about you guys, but I get like electric when I'm talking to people, getting to know like their craft, what they're doing, how if they work at Fat Shark, like the stuff that goes on behind, or things that happen in the Shark Tank. I need to be back. I will be back there. So we're gonna be switching over to the next interview is going to be a community panel where we're going to be talking with creators of Vermintide content, Party Knife, Wet Magic, Volatile Toast, and JTC. And yesterday, I'm going to take the 1 minute to do this because yesterday I was a disaster when it comes to this particular set. So let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can get this to work right. See, Ishka went out and got his panels did. All right, Ishka went out and made his panels. So ahead of time, who knew that being prepared would help? So now we're going to be segueing into the next session. Let me pull them in. I'm going to pull them in one step at a time here. All right, so with me now is JTC Live, the Party Knife, Volatile Toast, and Wet Magic. Welcome, guys. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Hello there.
Doing great.
Let me get a sound off, starting with JTC, just so we can get volume right. JTC, hello.
Hello. Test 1, 2. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Sounds
good.
Yep, sounds good. Party Knife.
Step, 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 step.
Okay, good. Toast.
All right, bruv.
Oh yeah. We're gonna start right now with that. Wet Magic.
How you doing? How you doing? Testing.
Awesome. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for that. And let's get into it. Content creators. Let's kind of just, as far as Discord's concerned, and just ease of answering these questions, we'll just go down the list. This is the first time a lot of our viewers are maybe hearing you, not necessarily watching your content, but meeting you for the first time. Could you guys give us a brief, just like introduction of who you are?
All right. Hi, y'all. My name's JTC Live. I am a Vermintide YouTuber and occasional Twitch streamer. I make YouTube content that's based around kind of the basics and more geared towards newer players. And I'm super excited to be here. Thank you to the Fight the Tide crew for having me, and I'm excited for today.
Party Knife?
Yeah, sure. I make a bunch of meme montages. I like to science. I was about to say that no swearing. Science the hell out of video games in general. Primarily do Vermintide content, but I also do several other games here and there. Yeah.
Cool. Me next.
Yes, please.
Hi guys, I'm Volatile Toast. I stream exclusively on Twitch with some spatterings of YouTube uploads, 99.9% of which is all Vermintide related. You'll find me playing with my fiance Glowworm and my good friends Hazard786 and Bazoingist.
And what magic?
Yeah. Thank you guys for having me. I upload videos to YouTube. I also stream there as well sometimes, but I do like guides, tier lists, try to cover a lot of things, and then I'll do more like humorous stuff as well, kind of like funny montages, and then runs where I tell like stories from my life that I think are interesting.
All right, awesome. So when it comes to creating content, I don't know if this is part of the questions, but I'm just curious, is Vermintide your first? Was this the game that maybe sparked that, you know what I'm going to do? Or maybe you guys were doing some other things before Vermintide content?
I mean, for me, it was. I mean, I've been thinking about making videos for quite a long time. I've been like, I should totally start making a YouTube channel, right? But I just never got around to doing it. And yeah, I don't know. Then one day, one of my friends was like, hey, we should try this game. And I was like, sure. And then he bought it for me. And then 3 days later, I was so high level that he never actually started playing it again. And that's how I started playing Vermintide. So he doesn't play it anymore, but I didn't even buy it myself. And then one day I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna try to record this run with no torch, no brazier run on the Blight Reaper. It's like, I'll totally try to record that, see if I can get that done. And I managed, and that was my first YouTube video.
Oh, that's awesome. Toast?
Yeah, I mean, we probably started streaming properly in January 2021, so we're pretty green. And yeah, Vermintide definitely the first thing that we've committed to streaming properly. Had some spatterings of some sort of random games back before then, but when we sort of started actually streaming properly, it was all Vermintide every day that we streamed.
Magic?
Yeah, so the way I kind of got into this is, I guess, a little bit different. I didn't really start YouTube kind of looking for success or anything. I would just upload runs for me like to watch later personally and kind of like sort of, I guess, study like how I was playing or whatever. And I just kind of bumbled my way into success. And then like one of them got noticed, and then it kind of just snowballed from there. And now I am where I am today.
And for JTC, I've known you for a long time, so I know that you've done Vermintide. I know that you've done not Metro. What is the game? Stalker. You've done a lot of Stalker videos.
Yeah, I started off as a Twitch streamer. I mean, even before that, content creation was never really in my view or never really in my plans. I started off as a Twitch streamer, kind of a variety Twitch streamer years and years and years ago. And I took a break from it for a couple months, and then I came back, and then I got really big into the Stalker series, as well as Vermintide. And then just one day, I decided, why not try YouTube? I didn't expect it to go anywhere. I didn't expect anything to really happen. And imagine my surprise at how quickly I grew and how interested people actually were. So, yeah. Before Vermintide, I never would have imagined that I would be doing content creation, honestly.
I think it's funny that something that you guys just kind of all said was, oh, I tried it. You know, I checked this game out, and then suddenly you're like, I've been playing for 16 hours, or I've been playing nonstop for a month, or like Party Knife said, I've outplayed my friends. That's exactly my story, too. I got it, like, I don't know, a friend gifted it to me because the game Vermintide 1 had got released, and then a buddy was like, hey, check this out, this looks cool. And then I was like, yeah, sure. And here I am years later, my buddy's playing something else that I'm like, Vermintide. That's like all I want to do.
I came I came in late to the series. I never played Vermintide 1. I had no idea the Warhammer universe even existed before Vermintide 2. When Vermintide 2 came out, I discovered it based upon a whim. I think I saw a variety streamer that I follow started playing it, and he was actually bashing on the game. He hated it. He did not like it. And but I thought it looked pretty cool, and I was like, why not? And I remember I actually had a concert that night, so I downloaded it when I went to the concert, and I came back and I played the tutorial, and I was like, hey, this is pretty cool. And then I remember like the next day and every subsequent day, I played for like 10 hours straight.
Well, okay, so how long have each of you been playing Vermintide? Like, we know it's been gifted, or you're kind of like, what's this? But how long?
I think I'm closing in on 5,000 hours in Vermintide 2. I never played Vermintide. Like, I've tried Vermintide 1 now, but I hadn't played Vermintide 1 before, never heard about it. I didn't know about the Warhammer universe. And then, yeah, my friend gifted me Vermintide 2, and yeah, closing in on 5,000.
I'm pretty confident I'll come in the lowest. I've got about 620 hours on Vermintide 2. As I say, we probably started playing it. We started playing at some point in 2020, but we predominantly played games in like a group of 5 back then. So Vermintide wasn't like ideal for us because you can only play as a 4-man, and we didn't want to have that awkward conversation of who gets left behind. But eventually, one of our friends sort of scooted off to play more Valorant, and then the 4 of us came back to it and started grinding the hell out of it, and just haven't really looked back.
That's awesome.
So for me, I've been playing, I guess, since 2019, about right after Winds of Magic was released. I got a little over 2,000 hours. And for me, like, I didn't play Vermintide 1. I didn't know anything about Warhammer. And my friend had the game, and he was like, yo, you got to play this game. You can kill giant rats. And I'm just like, take my money. Like, come on. Yes, I will play it.
What more do I need to know?
Yeah, exactly.
And then I've been playing since the release back in 2018, and I just broke the 1900 mark, almost 2,000.
It's a lot of time shared in between you guys. That's a lot of time and a lot of love, I bet. I think it's that for me. I'm just hitting around the 2K mark as well. I think the 2K mark as well. Something that I saw in game from V1 and V2 were like trailers. I saw the trailers, and there's just something about them that gets you like amped just watching that intro. Like now in V2, whenever you launch, you get that trailer for it's for Sister of the Thorn, but before that you had the Engineer, and before that you had Grail Knight, right? So just when you launch the game and you see that, is that something you're trying to do? Like, you know what? I'm gonna make some content based around. Well, now it's Sister of the Thorn, right? So I'm gonna grab my my notepad and I'm gonna start writing down, like, let's talk talents, let's talk mechanics. Is that something that goes through your minds?
Yeah, I'm very much about the science of video games. I used to study theoretical physics before I realized that I wasn't the happiest guy. I felt overworked all the time, and then I looked at my YouTube channel and I was like, maybe I really got a shot at this. Maybe I could make a living of it. So I dropped out of college, I guess is the English term, the university, whatever you want to call it. I was like, oh, hell no, fuck this shit. I'm gonna go make YouTube videos. But my parents weren't the happiest about, but I think they sort of believe in it now. Getting to a point where it's at least plausible. And yeah, what I like about Vermintide as well is how the mechanics are so obscured, right? So it's not like all the info isn't given to you. You really have to go and do the science, so to speak, in the modded realm, right? Where you're like, how the hell does this even work? Okay, it says this. That's a really vague description, right? And then you go and you test something on the dummy, but then you have to take into account that the dummy has a faction and the dummy has an armor class, and then you realize that there's so much stuff to get into that it's actually really, really difficult sometimes to make an accurate guide about something without spending like hours in the keep just testing stuff. So that's what I actually enjoy.
Toast, would you like to follow up?
Yeah, I know for a fact I'll never be mathematically good at this game. I'll never be very good at this game. I'm not predisposed to sort of like grind the methods and stuff I play, and I just switch my brain off and I let my my homies think for me, and it's great fun. Yeah, so that's basically it. I mean, like Bazoingus, one of the guys I play with, he will quite happily grind, sort of like learning the mechanics on how to get the bounty hunter headshots and stuff like that. Me, I just play a mercenary and I just left click spam and press F when I need to. It's great fun.
Oh!
Yeah, exactly.
What about Magic and then JTC?
So to kind of piggyback off of what Party Knife said, I think there's a Reddit page or a Google Doc or something out there called "All the Things You Wish Vermintide Told You" or Fat Shark told you about Vermintide, and it's just like 20 pages of all this information, like hidden passives and mechanics and things that you don't know that you can find out for yourself, which I think is pretty interesting. But yeah, for me, I focus on that, but also focus more on like the entertainment side of it. I try to make people laugh and get them interested in the game that way.
Yeah, and then I always, in my opinion, I thought it was always a problem that Vermintide didn't tell you things, because for the casual player base and people who were just getting into it, they had no really one place that they could go and find out the information to this stuff. Even the wiki, it's a great source, but it's still missing information sometimes. So I think that was kind of the catalyst for me starting my YouTube channel, of saying, okay, I am going to be that one-stop shop. I'm going to be that place that people can go to get answers to what they're looking for. Because I remember I was, out of just morbid curiosity, I was looking on YouTube for like a solid explanation of how the stagger system worked, and I couldn't find it. I just could not find it. The only thing I could find was the wiki, and the wiki, in my opinion, made it confusing, especially for someone who was just getting into the game. So I said, okay, I can take this, break it down, and make it more digestible.
I think that's really powerful with everything all of you just said. It's a very it shows how much of different varieties of flavors of playstyle there is. Party Knife talking about I want to know numbers. I want to be a little more have that precision or that surgical approach to it. Toast is like, I want to play and have some fun with my mates. And Wet Magic is like, there is I feel like you're like the balance of, let's get some knowledge, let's learn a little bit, but we're still going to goof off and have fun, but we're not going to like get angry if anybody dies or if we have a failure. And JTC is like, it needs to have that kind of knowledge and information is one thing I think anchors all of you, but I love that there's that kind of flavors. What advice would you give for maybe content creators in your specific approach? Like speaking of Vermintide, of Vermintide.
I'll probably defer this to the rest of the panel, because I'm quite small, so I'm not one to speak about how to grow. My sort of bread and butter staple advice would be, though, if you're not enjoying it, then it's probably not the right thing to do. Have some fun, and then everyone around you will be having fun.
Yeah, I definitely would agree with that. If you don't enjoy making the content, then you're never going to get anywhere, because it's a grind to make content. Like I had never looked at a piece of editing software in my life when I uploaded my first video, and trust me, there were frustrating nights where I had to sit for 12 hours straight, and literally after 12 hours I looked at the video I was making, and I just had to conclude that in 12 hours I had gotten no closer to making my video, but I had fixed the problem that I had caused when I started with the editing software. There was a piece of the editing software I had removed accidentally, and I didn't know what it was called, so I had to figure out what the thing I didn't know what was called, so I could find it, so I could put it back into my editing software so that I could use it, right? And I was like, after 12 hours, I was just like, okay, at least I learned something about the editing software today, right? And like, no closer with my video. So it's a grind. There's no doubt about it. If you start from scratch and you have no prior experience, it is a grind. So you have to enjoy sort of that process of learning, just one YouTube video at a time, right?
That is so relatable. When I first started, I remember my search history was just full of DaVinci Resolve how to, and I would spend hours making a 3-minute video, not knowing what I was doing. But I would definitely say my advice would be to kind of lean into what you enjoy in Vermintide the most. Some people enjoy the numbers aspect of it. Some people enjoy the meme aspect of it. Some people enjoy the teaching aspect of it. I would say find what you enjoy the most and lean into that and do that, because that's going to carry you a lot farther.
Yeah, I mean, audiences are smart. Like they know what they want. So, if you're passionate about something and you care about something, especially in a game where that has such a dedicated community like Vermintide, just put yourself into it and go all out and give it your best effort. And I think that'll resonate with people. That's kind of what worked for me.
For sure.
Well, let's keep talking about that. Let's dive deeper into that. If you guys could share some of like maybe favorite content that you've made, or maybe something that you created and it took off that really set you down this path, and kind of like, I don't know, like can you give us a detail of what that was like, or maybe what you had felt when you did it?
I think the first video I made where I looked at it and I was like, oh shit, I made that, right? That was my trailer for my shade guide. That was like the first really big video I made where I really put a lot of time into the actual guide. And then I remember making that trailer, and it was really just the audio background from the original World of Warcraft video, like the audio where they're talking right in the background. And then I put it in with some shade where I was using that ultimate talent where she bursts forward, and then I did like Chaos Warrior kills, elaborate Chaos Warrior kills around the keep, right? And I just remember looking at that and going, wow, I made that, right? And that, I think that was actually the moment where I realized, shit, maybe if I put enough time into this, I actually have a shot at it. That was that video. I clearly remember. That was when I decided, like, okay, I'm really like, I could make that. Like maybe I should really, give it all I have, and there's a chance.
Oh, Magic.
So one of my favorite videos that I ever made was it was about a year ago now. It was a Twins Bombers run on Cataclysm that we did, me and a couple friends. We did it on War Camp, and it took us like 3 hours just to actually beat the map. And I think the entire run was like 50 minutes or something. We ended up getting like stuck at multiple parts. People died like 6 different times. It was like the hardest I had ever worked for a run. And when I got to the end, eventually, I just like screamed. I was just like, yeah, I couldn't contain myself. I was so excited. So that for me is probably like my favorite one that I ever made.
JTC.
Yeah, I guess my favorite I've ever made. It was 2 videos uploaded back to back. It was Stagger System explained in less than 4 minutes and how to solo every boss in Vermintide. Namely because I actually thought they were really bad videos on my part, and I hated them and I didn't want to upload them. But I was like, I don't have that much content. I'll throw it up there. It'll get 20 views and it'll be fine. But people, those were the 2 catalysts for my channel actually starting to blow up, because those are by far my most popular videos, with the most views by far and the most likes. And that kind of really showed me that there was a need for more Vermintide content on the platform, and that's what pushed me to go forward. And I mean, now I look back and I still think they're really bad videos, but that was because I was inexperienced at the time, and I know I've grown since then and I've gotten better.
And Toast, if you'd like to, maybe we can talk about, if you said you typically stream on Twitch, so have you had a moment during a stream that you, not necessarily just playing the game, but have you had like a very, hey, I want to keep streaming this, or have you had an interaction with maybe chat? Because I can see right here in chat you got a lot of cheerleaders right here.
Yeah, I'm extremely lucky. We started not that long ago, and I don't think I've really had any defining moment that made me think, I definitely need to stream. It was more about Glowworm and I have been together for about almost 11 years, and we both played games that whole time, but we live in like the middle of nowhere, so our internet has always been trash. We said to each other, if our internet is ever good, we're gonna stream the games that we play, because why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we? We do it every day. We're having a great time. We should let other people sort of get in on that good time if they're interested. So we started streaming, and we expected to have no viewers, because that's what happens when you have no viewers. And then because I was already in the Vermintide community watching streams and talking to people, we just got extremely lucky. The 2 most predominant people I know, Food Players and Beechen both raided us, and then before we knew it, we actually had a little pool of people that wanted to watch us, which is insane. And then that energy that having people that want to watch you gives you just makes you want to keep going, you know. So that's why we keep doing it, because it's great and it's just awesome fun, and the people that we've met are amazing, and the community is super awesome. So yeah, cool.
Maybe you guys could piggyback on that too. So, a moment on Twitch or a moment on your channel. Let's talk Twitch, like if because you guys all broadcasted at one point, right? Even Magic and Party Knife.
Yeah,
I stream on YouTube, not Twitch.
I mostly
Okay.
stream on YouTube as well, but I have streamed on Twitch before.
So have you had moments like that where you're like, I'm gonna keep either pursuing streaming, and Party Knife, you did kind of tell us like, hey, you're kind of in like that make it break moment. You know, you're in this season where you're like, I'm going to make content, and this is how I'm going to do it. You know, this is my path that I've taken right now. What plans do you guys have for future content? Do you hope to stay with Vermintide? Or are you gonna like, is that gonna be your anchor?
I'm definitely gonna stay with Vermintide for now. I also plan to play Dying Light when that comes out, Dying Light 2. Darktide, obviously. I think all of us here, I would assume, in one form or another, are gonna make Darktide content as well. At least I know I am. But yeah, let's see what it also depends on what happens in Vermintide. Of course, if they keep releasing DLCs even when Darktide comes out, then I might also stick around Vermintide, because I like Vermintide. Vermintide's an amazing game, and it's very different from Darktide, I think, as well. But definitely gonna be playing that too. That's for sure.
So for Vermintide, I know I gobble up any article I can get my hands on of like an official like gaming magazine or something. And one of the interviews had said that Vermintide, they hope to continue to, they hope it lives and breathes 5 to 10 years. And they have already said that they will continue to develop Vermintide even after Darktide is released. So
that's nice.
You guys got years of content, hopefully, with Vermintide and Darktide coming in.
Yeah, hopefully.
And I think something you said is really impactful there, Party Knife, where it's the idea of community of this game. We're here right now for Vermintide. Everyone's really excited for Darktide. Once that release, I think you'll have those tide crossovers. You know, those two titles will turn into a wave, right?
And that's the hope. That's the hope.
And I think it'd be interesting to see the number of people meet, because that's what this is all about. Toast had said earlier about Beechen and Food Plays, like those two universes came and crashed in onto you, right, with those raids. And so it's like, awesome, another Vermintide player, another Vermin Slayer who's gonna play, and I enjoy this. And then that comes into Darktide, right? And so if Darktide has that same kind of flavor, and there's a bunch of other 40K streamers, right, and they come in, I feel like that. Do you feel like that is another a boost to the viewership that you're going to have, whether that's to your posted videos or your streams?
I think it can only be good, really. I think it's one of those things where it can only be good. I think anyone that likes Warhammer generally, I feel, knows at least about both universes. Whether or not they actively engage in both is something completely different. So I know for myself, for example, I'm really excited about Darktide because I played a lot of Dawn of War when I was younger, the top-down RTS games. Insane. I played so many hours on those games. As I've gotten a little bit older, my soft spot is more for fantasy than the sort of 40K universe. But I know that's going to dredge up a bucket of nostalgia, and I'm going to have so much fun. And I think there are quite a few people that I know that are in that position. And I think as far as it goes, the more people in the Vermintide and Darktide communities, the better it will be for everybody in those communities, if that makes sense.
I think it absolutely does, because I think there's this delicate dance that people do right now with Total War Warhammer 1 and 2. They're like, oh yeah, Vermintide's really cool. Do you play Total War? And you can be like, I've played it a couple of times, but you know, my love is Vermintide. They're like, oh, that's cool. I mean, I'll follow. Maybe I'll be there. But Darktide, I think, like you said, it's going to be like, Well, you played the fantasy version of this, yeah. Well, did you ever play the 40K? Yeah, and then it's kind of like a little more, what's the word? Relatability with those games.
Definitely.
Isn't 40K just in general more popular than fantasy?
That's what I've been told. I
It
know
seems that
fantasy is
way.
more popular in Scandinavia for some reason, but it's supposed to be the other way around in the rest of the world, as I understand it.
Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of people coming in with Darktide. I'm certain of it.
I also think Darktide has a chance to be a lot bigger than Vermintide because of the type of
Yes.
game that it is. It's more of a shooter, and shooters are massively popular.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, and Toast kind of touched on something early on when I too was but a wee boy. I played a lot of Dawn of War, and that was maybe my introduction to Warhammer. And then growing up, getting more into it, reading the books, and just kind of seeing like games like Space Marine be released, and that was a hit, at least in the States. And then you have Dawn of War 2, and I'm gonna stop with the Dawn of Wars there. And then you have the Total War games, which I think Total War has begun to really spread out knowledge of Warhammer, or like people knowing what Warhammer is, because almost all four of you said I didn't know what Warhammer was when I played Vermintide. That's not a bad thing. That's kind of like even better in my opinion, because it's like you have these extra wide open eyes, like what is this universe? But because it can be so well known on so many different platforms, I agree with you. I think that Darktide has that opportunity to really slingshot forward and really be that representation of that first thing people think of when they hear Warhammer.
I mean, I knew about the Warhammer universe before I played Vermintide. I wasn't like deep into it or anything. I had heard of it. Like my older brother used to have these little Warhammer figurines, you know, that you paint, stuff like that. So I didn't know I didn't know what Warhammer was. Just never heard of Vermintide.
And I had never heard of the Warhammer universe period before Vermintide.
Yeah, same with me. I had a friend who was way into it, and he knew like everything about the dwarves, and he told me about like slayers, you know, they have to fight and their goal is to die in combat. And then he was like telling me about chaos spawns. I'm just like, what is this? This sounds really cool though.
Yeah, so you go.
I was going to say, it's. I think the uniqueness of Warhammer is what really lends it its popularity, because it's so different from a lot of the fantasy, different fantasy genres here today. It's compared to the rest of it, Warhammer is very dark and very gritty, and I definitely like that about it, and I think that's what lends it its popularity the most.
Yeah, so for me, I was super aware of the 40K universe. I don't think I realized that Warhammer Fantasy was a thing until like maybe the last sort of few years, really. 40K universe has always been on the back burner of my awareness. You know, as I say, I played the Dawn of War games. I also did collect and paint Space Marines and Dark Eldar back in the day. But if I were to show the painting of any of those, anyone that's actually serious about painting figurines would cringe horribly because they're atrocious. I was like 10, okay? And yeah, I have to admit, I had no idea that Warhammer Fantasy was really a thing. And then I just sort of stumbled upon it with sort of like Vermintide, really was when I really became aware of it. And God, it's so cool.
Well, as you guys continue to play, as you continue to make videos, while you play, does anybody recognize you in game? Do you have any interesting stories that you'd like to share?
Literally all the time. I cannot queue on my main account anymore without immediately someone recognizing me, which still blows my mind. Absolutely, like that absolutely blows my mind. Level 1 elf. Yeah. One of my moderators in chat going level 1 elf, not the party knife. I tried to go undercover as a level 1 elf on an alt account. That was kind of fun. And see if people will kick me from legend games. So I was just there's this bug you can use where if you have enough power on one character, but you queue like into a game, a legend game for example, on that character where the character is already taken, then it would allow me to swap to a level 1 character, and then that was a lot of fun. Some interesting moments there, definitely.
I don't really get much of a chance to play with people. I would say not, especially not while we're streaming, because I play with the same 3 people as I've sort of mentioned. But I think one of the moments that sort of made me take a sort of moment to take it in was someone sent me a clip of Foo Plays basically just roasting me, and I remember someone in his chat had said something along the lines of, "I don't want to start streaming because I'm not good at the game." And Fu turned around to that person and said, "You don't have to be good at the game. Look at Volatile Toast. He's awful, but people still watch him because he's funny."
What a brute. What a brute.
You can always just tell them all I think about when I hear Food Plays is I was fighting a lamp.
Yeah,
It was a lamp. It was a lamp.
That's vintage, that is. Oh, God, yeah.
Magic?
Yeah,
Glory.
so normally I'd play with people in my Discord, but once in a while, when I like can't sleep late at night, I will queue up a quick play, and I do get recognized sometimes. People be like, "Wait a minute, are you the real Wet Magic?" Like they think I'm somebody impersonating like a small YouTuber. I think it's kind of funny. I'll be like, "Yeah, that's me." They're like, "Oh my god, I love your stuff. What's the best weapon on Witch Hunter Captain?"
I mean, if someone's imitating you, that might be the right thing.
Yeah.
I've had that happen actually, apparently.
Yeah.
But I think it's kind of like you always know if you're playing like an Unchained and then the Shade grabs a Kong pot and gives it to you. That's how you know. When a Shade takes a Kong pot and gives it to you, that's how you know they know. That's no one does that. Like
It's like, wait a minute. Something's going on here.
You're a Shade. You're not supposed to be nice. What's wrong with you?
You're a wizard and you don't friendly fire? What has been... Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to real quickly say, I don't really get recognized that much. I've been recognized a small handful of times, and now that Party Knife mentions it, people have been throwing supplies at me a lot more since the start of my channel, so maybe people recognize but don't say anything. But for the most part, I don't think people recognize me that much.
Let's open the floor for the next couple of minutes here. Let's open the floor for chat, see if they have any questions they'd like to ask you guys, whether it's about content creation, getting into it, maybe some pitfalls, or like Party Knife. Let me pose this to you, and anybody else wants to piggyback it. It's like you said, you're going full throttle on this. So could you kind of give us a daily routine when it comes to the content creation? Is it wake up and record, or what do you do?
Here's the thing about me and routines. I don't do them very well. I'm the least consistent person you will ever meet when it comes to like there's no circadian rhythm. There's no rhythm in my circadian rhythm is the way to put it.
Right as soon as you said that, Mucklek said Party Knife has no routine.
Yeah. It's true. It's like sometimes I'll wake up at 6 a.m. Sometimes I'll wake up at 6 p.m. And there anything in between. And so, I don't know. I've never been good at like normal 24-hour schedules, routines, whatever you want to call it. I just wake up and I'm like, sometimes if I have a project I'm already working on, then I know what to do. Other days it's like I take it as the day goes. Maybe I'll start out just recording a game or two. If it was a great game, then maybe I'll use it. It varies a lot. Again, because it all depends on where we are in like, for example, here recently when Sisters the Thorn came out, right? Okay, as soon as she comes out, or as soon as there's any news about her, that's just like, okay, bye-bye friends, right? That means I'm full-on content creation for the next week, right? For the next week, I'm not doing anything outside of just testing stuff, making videos. It just envelops my whole life for that week, essentially, when there's new stuff coming out. So I don't know if... What about you guys? How do you do your routines when it comes to content?
I think that's interesting because I'm kind of like the exact opposite of that. I have a full-time job and I just do the YouTube thing kind of on the side when I have free time. So I'll like plan out videos for like a week at a time, and I'll like kind of do little outlines and kind of not really script it out, but like we'll do little bullet points and kind of just everything's got its little place, and I try to do it on time, obviously.
Yeah, I'm kind of in between. My schedule for making videos isn't a set one. I just kind of make the videos when I feel inspired because I feel like that's when I put out the best content. But when I actually do make the videos though, it's very structured. It's very, well made. I like to be professional and present something that's easy to watch and has high production value. And I also do kind of have a strict upload schedule. I upload on the weekends, so I always want to meet those deadlines. Makes me feel good.
We're extremely relaxed. We basically make sure that we go live the 5 days a week that I said we were going to go live in an announcement on the Discord, and then we just sort of load on, and whatever happens basically. So we quite often we're very fresh and green, so we're sort of just taking it easy and just doing it all in our stride as a bit of fun really at the moment. And basically that means that we end up just falling into degenerate meme spamming or whatever happens for a few hours, 5 nights a week, and it's just all a bit of fun, really. I think we probably, if it got sort of more serious, we'd sort of rigid things up a bit. I do want to branch into YouTube a little bit, but that requires learning a whole new skill set, which the party and I've touched on earlier, which is going in blind to video editing and stuff like that. But that'll all come in time.
I think all of those.
No worries. Hit me up.
Thanks, man.
Oh, I feel like all of you have a very, very healthy approach of it. It's like whether it inspires you, whether it's like I'm gonna do this now, or it's like, hey, it's something I want to do. I'm gonna plan it out, or it's just like let's just go full force. Let's see if I can just break through this wall. I think it's a very healthy idea of approach. We also had this question earlier from Story Mode saying, "What will be your next major milestone as content creators that viewers can look forward to?" And what do you have planned for those milestones when you reach them, if you have any?
I'm about to hit 10K subs on YouTube, so
that's fantastic.
That's probably the next milestone.
Congrats.
What are we gonna do for that? That's a good question. I think I'm gonna do like a video where I take out some of my sort of the golden nuggets that may not be like huge videos because they aren't guides, or they aren't some of the older ones. One of them I've included in the content for here today as well. And then I'll I don't know, maybe do a reaction video watching some of my less known, more interesting videos. The Wizard Dwarf, which I didn't include here because it's not exactly PG-13. But something along those lines, I think. And ouch.
I mean, I just hit 1,000 subs on YouTube, and I'm currently working on something to celebrate that.
That's fantastic, man.
Thank you. Past that, man, I have no clue. I'm just taking it day by day.
Yeah, for me, I'm pretty close to 5,000 subs, and I've got something planned. It's going to be like a live stream type thing, because I've never done one of that for a sub celebration before. So I think it'll be interesting. But yeah. Beyond that, probably just the 10K mark, and I don't know what I'm gonna do for that. Obviously, that's a ways away.
Yeah, we're on, I think, 420 something followers at the moment. Nice. That we're sort of just taking our goals 50 at a time. Really, we do something different every time. Sometimes it's a drunk stream, sometimes it's a variety stream, sometimes it's a Vermintide stream. I'm sure we'll throw in some BTMP at some point for anyone, maybe on the 500 follower special. 2 other milestones that I've put out there just to tease my chat at the moment is a Lord of the Rings watch party on 1K follows, and a face reveal at partner. So so that's all out there just to wind them up. But no,
Yeah, that's another interesting thing to talk about, I think, is in terms of using a camera. So I didn't use a camera for the longest time, right? And it's way harder than people think to actually become comfortable with being on cam, right? That takes a while.
It takes a lot of time. Well, I mean, everybody's different, right? So maybe somebody is just used to those videos. Maybe that's what you're into. Trying to think. I've been on Twitch for a long time, and maybe it took me about a year to really feel comfortable on camera. And then on top of that, when you're rewatching your own content, or you're just making a video and you're listening to yourself in your editing software, and you're like, I said it that way. Why did I say it that way? Am I gonna re-record it? I hate how that sounds. And you can spend too much time on a one sentence because you're not saying it in your head. You're not saying it out loud like you had it in your head.
Absolutely. I could totally follow that.
So you guys did submit a couple of links here that we could kind of just showcase some of your content. And while I do that, I'd like to just get that set up. I'd like you guys maybe kind of go down and give us your socials. Where can viewers come to watch your content?
Oh, okay, then I'll go first. YouTube.com/thepartyknife. That's pretty much it. I also have a Twitch, but if I'm being honest, I'm not really using it that much these days.
Or whichever you want people to go to. Like you've been talking a lot about YouTube. So your YouTube is just Party Knife or The Party Knife?
YouTube.com/thepartyknife. You've also grown very fast with Magic. I remember watching the first video I watched from you was that one where I put in a comment where you just reached 100 subs, and I remember thinking, oh, what a genuine guy.
Yeah, that's very cool of you.
That's super wholesome.
Hey man, Vermintide streamers got to uplift each other.
I'll jump in next. You guys can find me on twitch.tv/volatile toast.
Yeah, for me,
that's it.
For me, it's just YouTube, youtube.com/c/wetmagic if you want the whole URL, or just search it. It'll be the first result. I also have a Discord, which is in the description of all my videos. So if you like what you watch and you want to join our community, feel free. We pretty much accept everybody. So.
And then I am also on YouTube, JTC Live. I'm also on Twitch, twitch.tv/JTC Live. I also have a Discord if you want to join that. It's the links in all my videos as well. And then I also have a Twitter where I post random D&D stuff and other things.
So as I'm posting these, this first one here is going to be Wet Magic, Sister of the Thorn, Briar Javelin, crazy DPS build. So you guys check that out. I'm just kind of gonna go through the Discord which you guys released for us here. You did link like the first video you ever made, but is there a certain one you'd like to talk about, JTC? I'll use a second link maybe if you want, where it is your stagger system and explanation. And I think this is a good showcase of like your approach on a lot of your videos, like this one and the potions one that you did a while back.
Definitely.
Let's go here. Party Knife, we've got a couple of them. I'm gonna do this Zealot cinematic trailer that you created.
Yeah. I think that's kind of hilarious. Definitely, that was kind of a pivotal moment as well when I made that. It was one of the easiest, yet it was kind of weird. It was one of those times where you sit down, you have no idea what you're making, right? You have an idea for a video, and it took me 6 hours to make, which is like nothing, right? Compared to other cinematic videos I've made, that's like from start to finish. And it was great. It was just one of those times, it just worked, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because sometimes it can also go the other way, right? Where you're like, you spend 20 hours, you spend 40 hours, and you're like, what? There's no work, right?
And I'm also going to be sharing Volatile Toast right here. This last link here is going to be Vermintide 2. This particular video is the Enchanter's Lair Legend Twitch 200% Grail Knight gameplay. And this is the first time, from what I understand, completing Enchanter's Lair on 200%.
Yeah, that may be a bit of a clickbait as well, because it's also the only time we've completed Enchanter's Lair on Legend 200%. So,
hey, a clear is a clear. You got it under your belt, man.
Dub's a dub. That's right.
I do want to take a moment while we've been talking, guys, that we did get a donation here for $5. I can't say the Twitch name because I got a real life name, so I'm not going to out you like that. But it does say, I really appreciate what you guys are doing for the community. And I think it's love it. PayPal cuts off the rest of the message. But I think that's not just for Fight the Tide. I think that also would extend to that kind of message, doing something for the community. is what a lot of what you guys do. It's about sharing that idea. It's about sharing the experience. It's about sharing the joy, sharing the knowledge, sharing the wisdom behind it.
We definitely do love this game, and we enjoy putting out content for it. I'm very certain, and we enjoy helping people and furthering the community and making it a better place for everyone.
Yeah, I can second that. With my Discord, it's all about just building a cool community of fun people who like to, hang out and chill and enjoy the game. And, it's not just for like kata people and blah, blah. You can, champion people, veteran people, people who are new to the game. It's all good, whatever you want. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. I just resound that statement because everybody's just so nice, and there's so many people at so many different sort of skill levels. And one of the things that we sort of noticed we were sort of doing when we started streaming was someone would join and then they'd say, do you have a slot? Or they'd talk about the fact that they normally play with pop-up groups, and that isn't always the best experience, as with any game. And then we'd say, well, join the Discord. We'll create a channel that says looking for group, and then the people that watched us started playing together, and now they played together a lot, and it's great. It's like really rewarding to see that people are getting a better game experience because you managed to sort of do something with your presence online. It's nice. It's rewarding.
So Muckluck says, I want to say Muckluck, love this game, love what all you are doing. Okay, I too love this community. I think that's the biggest thing about that. Like, not just playing the game in general. It's you log in, you play, and it can be that moment, that very first couple of, let's say 100 hours where you're playing the game and you really get that sense of, hey, the devs are posting on the forums. Hey, people are talking about this on Reddit. There's YouTube videos. There's Twitter videos even. Just a really deep and I think entrenched, I don't want to use that in a negative term, but like people have gathered, they've latched on, and it's being celebrated daily. And I really like that.
Yeah, and shout out to Muckluck. He's my main moderator.
I was gonna say, he made a joke earlier about, what are we gonna do with Party Knife? I was like, well, how about he makes Muckluck a mod and gives him his phone number and just texts him, like, hey, it's time to stream. Okay, guys, well, that is gonna wrap up this particular session of the content creator panel. I do appreciate all of you being here and giving us your insight on what you're doing and what you're accomplishing and what you plan for in the future. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having
us.
Thanks for having me.
It was great.
Yeah, and thanks for putting on an amazing show. Like, you do so much for the community, so thank you so much for that. It's no small feat what you've accomplished to pull together these 2 days with voice actors and everything. So you guys stay at it. Not just you, but also, of course, now I can remember that
quick push attack.
EXAN, that's the one. Sorry, I could. You and EXAN, keep it going, man. It's amazing what you guys do for the community. So yeah,
For sure.
Thank you so much.
Totally agree.
1,000 followers is a big deal.
It's huge in just a short couple of streams, and there's a whole bunch of stuff that we have planned if you're talking creation that I'll talk about towards the end of the stream, what we have planned for this channel. But as these guys go, can we please get a whole bunch of love in chat, whether it's heart emotes, toast hugging hearts emotes, little rat hugging hearts emotes, whatever you guys got.
Not gonna lie, that is a nice emote.
It's pretty good, man. I've seen it.
I drew my emotes on paint. Let's go, baby.
Nice.
Let's fill up the chat. Let's get a whole page of love, and we send you guys off. Thank you again for being here.
Thanks very much for having us.
Yeah, thanks a bunch.
Thank you.
We'll see you. Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
What a awesome panel. That was really fun. We got to know kind of that creative process and what goes into streaming, YouTube, the planning behind that, whether it is, hey, let's just wing it, which is cool because it's kind of like we're just having fun with this at the moment. And they said, Toast said, like right now they're having some fun. They're doing whatever they want to, and then if it does get more rigid, if it does get more scaled, then they would go to YouTube, and we get to continue to see content there. And on Twitch, I assume, would be like a delicate balance there. Party Knife talking about almost reaching that 10K. Wet Magic almost hitting that 5K, and JTC reaching that 1,000. So congratulations to all of you guys finding that foothold and finding that passion and being able to share it and finding a community that is Vermintide. We are going to move into a 10 or a 15-minute intermission. When we come back, we will be talking with Michelle Tosini and I want to say Yan Fan. You're going to correct me when it happens. But we'll be talking fan-made cinematics when we return. So go grab something to drink, scarf down a quick snack, and I will see you in 10 minutes' time. And we are back. Ah, you guys aren't supposed to see that. Not yet, at least. Okay. So, moving into the second segment here. I don't want to cut off any of their time, but this is going to be a segment here. Ooh, do I have the panels for this? Properties. No, I'm gonna have to make them myself. I have to make them all over again. All right, while that happens, I'm gonna have them introduce themselves. I'll type it out and we'll get it in because I don't want to waste a whole lot of time here. Let's pull them in. Hello, hello.
Hello. Yeah, hello. Hello, everyone.
Okay, can I get you guys to sound off one more time just so I can get volume right?
Yep, hello, that's me, Genphone1.
It is hard.
Yeah, can you can you hear me? It's enough. The volume is all right.
I think so. Chat, let us know, and then I can raise or lower it. While they're answering that. First off, I want to say it's a pleasure to finally be able to talk to you guys with voice.
Yeah, it's a pleasure as well. Thank you for inviting us.
Awesome. Okay, they say Onion says volume seems fine. So, well, that's
fine.
Yeah, we should be good. Okay.
Good to go.
Let's open up with a quick introduction for those who don't know who you are. For those who are meeting you for the first time, who are you? What do you do?
Okay, so I can start first. Yeah. Okay, thank you. I am Genphone1. I contribute to the Vermintide community by making Vermintide animations and memes. To me, the writing staff of the games have done a phenomenal job, along with the voice actors, and my series, Vermintide Fanimated, is just a way to show appreciation to their craft, and it's also a lot of fun.
I love it.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, so my name is Michele Tosoni. So now I clear any doubts on that.
Okay.
But for sure, yeah, I understand it can be confusing pronouncing it. Yeah, you can call me Mick for short, so there's no problem. So all right, yeah, I'm a video maker and I've been working on kind of few cinematic shorts on the Vermintide games and some pictures and I've gladly shared those with the community during quite a few time, and it's been I've appreciated all the feedback and comments and all the reactions during these several months, if not years. So it's been always great to produce these cinematic short films, and yeah, I've been up to that.
So I've known you for a while, and I know that the videos that you make are just so wonderful. They're so splendid in the fact that the way that you go about telling the story. One of the first ones I remember that really resonated with me was the Chaos Warrior story that you told.
Yeah, Chaos Warriors.
That one was
quite
really
a few
fun.
people, enjoyed it. I'm so glad about that, and really appreciated all the reactions and people enjoying it. It's been amazing working on that and working on all the other cinematic short films during these years.
And Jan,
always funny.
Jan, what is something something we can expect when we go and we're gonna watch some of these videos right now? What's something we can expect from you? Some flavor of your videos.
You'd say in general what you can expect from my videos, yes?
Please, yes.
Well, currently I'm focusing mostly on, trying to flesh out the character dialogues. I put characters from the game in
mostly slice of life scenarios, sometimes in action scenes, and well, I try to put the spotlight on the dialogue. That's my favorite part of the game, the storytelling, and I want to really appreciate it in a sense.
Okay, is there a particular one you guys would like to like viewers to see now that we could watch first?
Oh, like right now?
Let me take a peek and then we'll go back to the questions.
Mike, you can go ahead first.
We could do Beastigore,
what?
Helmgar.
Oh yeah, you wanna see some content. So yeah, you can begin with Bestigor if you wish. That's one of my most recent shorts. I really like that. Well, yeah, that of course. But I enjoyed working on that. Yeah, we can have a view on
Okay.
that.
And Jen, I'll queue up yours. Which one do you would be a first like opener?
My opener could be the practice range video. I could send a link to it on Discord.
Sure, please. And we're gonna go ahead and watch the Beastigore video here first from Tosini. Tosoni, I'm sorry. I keep putting the N way. I mess up with that. All right.
Don't worry though. Don't worry though.
Let's see if I can get display capture here. If I do the display capture, do I have the power? Can I figure this out? There we go.
Yeah, you wanna watch it all, or you want a specific time in the short?
We could do like maybe like the first minute, maybe minute and a half, and then people can come in and check it out. I'll post the link in chat too.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Enjoy.
That's not as triumphant! Yes, lad! You! Get out of my way! I know your food! This feast is mine! I want them that best! Flex for the fire!
And so that's that first minute of that video. And I know you guys saw it. The setup for that, for Winds of Magic, is beautifully done. When you first walk in, you get just before the drop down where the blocked dam.
Yeah.
It's like a little river. And that explains how that rat ogre got there.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
really
indeed.
clever.
I tried to interpret and give a justification to that event and what we see when we first arrive at the map of Winds of Magic. So I got inspired by that and created based on that. It's been some planning, and then it's been great to put that on practice, on the practice, and having the two factions arguing. It was really enjoyable working on that.
I think that's wonderful. And let me link that real quick while I pull up Jen's video.
10 out of 10 video, by the way.
Yeah, I'll be pulling it up in a second here. Just trying to go through. If I go to content for stream. And okay, yeah, I see it here. You said the practice range. All right, we're gonna be watching like the first minute of this, and then we'll be checking it out here. I also want to move the video here so we can see your guys' reaction. I'll put it on my face. That's fine. We can see your guys' reaction in chat in a little better time. All right, 3, 2, 1, play.
Yeah. It's still quite right, is it?
Hmm. I've got a job for you. Guess who's on latrine duty again today?
This will only take longer with you staring.
I barely see your weapon move, Elf! Oh, so...
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Everyone's watching, standing around. You've got the cards. You've got the face expressions. You've got so much stuff going on. That was really good.
Yeah, suffice it to say, when I saw the inspect animation of Salt Spion who was spinning his weapons, the idea came instantly.
And then it's what's funny is the way that you kind of post it looks like, you know, this is just kind of like every day they're sitting like at the keep, they're like, what's gonna happen, or they're I don't want to say relaxed because, you know, they're at the range, they're practicing, but it's like what happens in between the missions. I think that's really fun.
I know, right? You don't get a lot of it in game, aren't you? Like, most of the time you're just focused on exploring levels, combat, level progression. So I'd like to watch me. Oh, whoa, Polish sneaked in. I'd like to, well, spend the time exploring that part of the storytelling too.
So we can see that you both have very different takes to your art forms, to your creations. What is your creative process? Could you explain a little bit of that for the way you go about doing that, and why do you choose the subject focus that you do? Like, either whether it's on chaos, or for like the Uber Strike 5.
Oh yeah, Jeff, you can go first if you wish. At a request, if you want, you can do this.
Thank you. Okay, I can. Well, my creative process mostly consists of like 4 or 5 parts. First things first, I gather ideas for the animations. I listen to audio, voice lines, just when playing the game, when dialogues trigger. Or sometimes most of the time, scenarios just come to my head as I listen to it. I try to write everything down, note it down. Sometimes the same concepts appear over time, constantly. For example, I always wanted to animate a fight against a storm fiend, but never really know how. So that's one of the ideas that sits there, and that's the second progress, where the ideas get to incubate for a moment. Since I never always can fulfill them the way I want to, my skill ceiling hasn't reached that point yet, or they take too long to really start. Then comes the third part, which basically means, aha. That's, for example, that happened when I made my latest animation, the Is Cousin Okri real? Then the next step is, of course, evaluating if the idea is worth making, and the entire process, well, usually takes 2 months. That's it.
So I kind of have like this little video here talking about like behind the scenes for the fanmation. Do you want me to kind of show that? It looks like it kind of shows what you were just talking about.
Yeah, it's 3 minutes or so, but we can show a chunk of it.
So this is kind of like that process right here, guys. You can kind of see that.
Yep, that was my first animation. We can see lackluster texturing. I've learned a lot since then, I can say that.
Just working with it. it's the models, it's the program. And with each progression, like each video, I would imagine it's kind of like a 1% better each time you do something. Or maybe you kind of have that idea like, you know, I bet you I could try this now.
That's true. For example, each video on its own usually contains one milestone discovery. For example, let me remind myself, what was the name of that one?
The one we were just watching, that was behind the scenes.
Hogger's, yeah, I was talking about my animation Hogger's Bridge. The milestone of that video was figuring out that I could record the in-game footage and use that as the environment. The next video was Be More Careful with Gorexin, where I refined that process. Then I'm a Steam Tank. In I'm a Steam Tank, I gave a shot at making my own background in Blender. You know, actual stones that are in the scene, not anything, no green screen, no nothing. And the latest video has something similar. Yeah.
And Mick, you wanna talk to us about your subject matter with chaos and your process?
Yeah. So my working process begins from a little bit different surface. What I try to do is turning the video game itself, we can say, into a film set, and there all my video production process begins. So what I do is focusing directly on what's already in game, all the features already there present, and with features I mean, for example, a place or the same creatures, enemies, what's already in there. So what I focus on is that I take a subject, which can be, of course, an enemy or a place, an environment, and all my working process is follows all the video production steps. So of course, it becomes with a pre-production and planning, all in the game, creating, trying to find a set, trying to find a place where I can put my virtual camera into and start recording. Of course, the planning and pre-production starts, of course, with a little bit of a script, more or less complex, and then moves to the fun part, we can say, to the production. And I use different tools to have more control in the game itself, and we can say that that's where the magic happens, where all the angles and the camera work happens. Of course, afterwards there's a post-production process, all in the editing softwares, where everything is merged, mixed, where the montage happens. So we can say that's a view of my working process. And of course, what happens is I try to showcase what's inside the game, turning the gameplay view of the game, trying to turn it into a more cinematic view, into a view which, into a perspective of, we can say, cinematography, trying to make the gameplay itself more like a film, trying to turn it more into a film. So we can say that's the creative process, mostly, of my work.
Thank you for answering like that. I think that what you just said right there accurately describes the cinematic feel for a lot of your videos. I would say.
Yeah, I hope so.
Oh, sorry.
No, yeah, I hope so. I was saying, yeah.
Okay. Well, you walked us through that, but could you both maybe talk about, like, a lot of people wonder how you have access to game models, like the Kruber or Saltspire, and the rats and the Beastmen. Are you using like mods to do this? Is there a specific program, or is that too much of a secret? You want to keep that?
Yeah. In my case, the access is, we can say, very direct. It happens in game, so the access is there, is in the game itself. what happens is I can have more control on the models themselves, models which can be, I repeat this word too much maybe, but it's maybe places, the maps itself, or the creatures, enemies, and so on, like a Chaos Warrior. I have more control on the models thanks to the mods themselves. In fact, I think I can't stress enough how much I'm thankful to the Steam community modders, to all the community of modders behind Vermintide 2. And if I can, I want to thank specific modders, and I want to name a few. I don't know if I pronounced well their names, but the ones I want to thank a lot are Ausiemon, who I know took part in the creation of the mod framework of Vermintide. And then I want to thank Skachik PL, who's the one who created the photo mod for the Vermintide games. So he actually created the virtual camera to work on Vermintide, so to obtain the different angles and so on.
I want to showcase that while you're talking, because I have
Yeah.
this picture here, the grandfather's blessing. I'm gonna go ahead and showcase that real quick.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, here it is.
I wonder if I can get a little bigger.
Yeah. For example, this view, this angle of, we can say the 3D model of the grandfather's blessing, the axe with Bodvar behind throwing it. Of course, I have control on the models thanks to these mods. So let me do my job. Let me move in the game. Let me do everything. They provide me the tools.
Yep. I would say, Mick, that you are kind of like a photographer. You look for perfect opportunities to take your shots, take your photos, and you nail it many times. I really like it.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. Of course, doing video making, I also do photography. It comes naturally from the activity.
True,
So
true.
yes,
does this particular image, or is this just straight still from the game, or is there additional edits to this?
So, no, this is a edited picture. Yeah, it's shot. It is shot in game, but then of course I move it through a post production a phase. So there's editing on it. I have a lot of fun doing the edits on the pictures, trying to highlight those as much as I can, and stress their content out.
I think that's fantastic. I love how this works.
This
It's just like, even in just like these stills, you can really see what's happening.
This comes from this comes from a short. This was very cool to capture. This doesn't come from a short film. It was happening during the production of Bodvar Rip Spreader, of which we can see a piece if you want later. And there was this moment where Kruber and Bodvar were just blowing up, and they were knocked out, and it was I stayed there, I think, I don't know how many minutes, but I think a lot, trying to find the good angle and capturing it. So yeah, this explains how I have access to the models. It's just, they are just there. I just have the tools to have more control on them. For example, I could freeze the time.
I think you captured that really well. Very well.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And Jen, what about you? Like, I assume you probably both maybe use similar programs to be able to capture or use these models?
We definitely use one similar thing. I know that Mike and me definitely use photo mode made by Sketchik.pl. That's true. On top of
It's
that, I
amazing.
also... Oh yeah, true. It's amazing. On top of that, I use a combination of mods that let me get the models and put them into my own software. It's a combination of universal programs that are just used for asset ripping from video games in general, like Ninja Ripper and Noesis, perhaps, and of course the collection of mods made by the Vermintide community like PhotoMod. I may have not made the tools, but I developed a process which utilizes them. It all started back in March or April 2020. It was a week or a month-long process of just figuring things out either by myself and with the help of others, of course. It was a lot of scouring forum threads for tutorials, specifically about Ninja Repair. And about Ninja Repair, just like Mike, I would like to specifically thank the Vermintide modding community. To be honest, I owe everything to Raindish, because I checked, and on 6th of April 2020, on the day I got my hands on the model of Saltspire, it was this person who helped me figure out the final piece of the puzzle. So I can confidently say that the community has been there with me from the very beginning, and I appreciate it a lot.
Thank you for saying that. Thank you. Like, I do know Rain Dish, and I do know Rain Dish is heavily in the modded realm, in creating mods, not just playing the creating all kinds of mods. So I heard that you mentioned Blender, and the photo mod. I'm sorry, the photo mod. Are there other programs that you use for like modeling and animating?
Well, I can proudly say that Blender can do many things at once. It can do modeling, it can do texturing, it can do the environment, it can do the animation, it can do the video editing, it can do practically everything. I love it, specifically for that reason. Besides that, though, it's not exactly a perfect software, unfortunately. So some of the montage, some of the video editing, I do in Hitfilm Express. It's a free version of, say, Adobe Premiere or Sony Vegas, programs like that. So I definitely support myself with all the free. I would like to mention free software, which is pretty great, I must admit, because there is a lot of professional software that costs money for monthly subscriptions, and not everyone can afford that. I would say is pretty limiting when it comes to people and their creativity and not being able to express it because they don't have any money in the wallet. So I'm very glad that Blender, Hitfilm Express, that this stuff exists for us.
Yeah, the open source programs I know are very, especially with like DaVinci Resolve, and a number of other ones. From what I understand, what I've been told from a couple of other people who I myself try to make like little videos, that I get suggested some free programs. They go, no, it's open source, and there's a massive community behind it who pretty much view exactly what you just said, and so it's a lot of internal support from the users.
I know, right? It's also a guarantee of, well, quality, you could say. That you will definitely receive support when you need it, that it will be constantly updated, that the developers are transparent about the software. It's really nice.
So,
yeah,
oh,
absolutely.
go ahead.
Oh, I said absolutely.
I don't. Okay, I don't want to like cut you off if you got like to add something or.
No, don't worry. Sometimes I do little comments and nothing more.
Okay. Well, okay, let's move to how did you guys fall into your field? Like, what inspired you to do motion work specifically?
Ooh, who's first, Mike or me? Who would like first?
Take your pick.
We throw the dice. Well, if you want, I can go first this time. Don't know.
Sure. Yeah. Let's start with.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead.
Yeah. I can go first if you wish. Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. So yeah. It falls kinda on more the personal question, and that's cool. So I fell into this field and the field of video production, mostly because I just like to observe and look. That's as simple as it is. I just love looking at stuff and standing there and watching. What I love is of course observing things and elements around the world, and I love doing that also in the virtual worlds of video games. That's something I really love. I love standing there and observing stuff. And it happened in Vermintide as well, where there is an adrenalic gameplay, and sometimes and we can say my curiosity to standing in there and just look at something sometimes can't be filled because I have to move on. I have to proceed in the map in the quest, and that's where my curiosity entered and started knocking at the door. I really felt this urgency to maybe repeat a lot of missions, maybe at the same difficulty, just to have a deeper look at that scene in the specific place and map. So that in Vermintide, my works began by that, by feeling more curiosity and feeling this urgency to go there and observing stuff. Yeah, and in general, I felt into video production kinda a few years ago when I started realizing that I have this also, yeah, the urgency to see stuff, feeling my curiosity, but at the same time, as soon as I discovered that I love capturing what I observe, what I see around, as soon as I realized that, I think that's the moment when I realized I wanted to do video production. I wanted to produce content on what I saw, sharing what I wanted to see, capturing stuff around the world and words, and sharing it through the video and pictures media. So yeah, that's how it happened. And if you want a fun fact, the first time I realized I wanted to do video production and felt this, felt that I loved capturing stuff around all these virtual worlds and the world, it happened exactly in a video game. So that can be a fun fact. Not in real life, but it happened inside a video game.
I think that's really powerful, especially when you talk about like how there's many different worlds. I know that you
Yeah, it can be a little bit confusing, but yeah, I refer to the worlds of video games other than our good old real planet, real reality.
Well, it's always different. It could be you could be in Tamriel, you could be in Azeroth, you could be
Yeah,
somewhere
I
in
mean,
Uberstrike. You know, like I think that that's really cool because
yeah,
they all have
absolutely.
different heavy like emotional flares or flavors each in those worlds. So I think that's really cool to be able to
Mhm.
stand in the game and have that eye for like maybe those tiny things that maybe map creators didn't even think that they were making. You know, to capture something like that.
Yeah, I think I should worship the map creators because they let me explore so much. So one day I should make I don't know, I should start collecting pictures of the world creators of each universe. Well, that can be weird, but I think I sent them the message of what I mean. Yeah, I'm very thankful to all the designers and artists behind these virtual worlds. They let me and us roam incredible places.
That's powerful. What about you, Jan? How did you fall into your field, and what inspired you to do motion work?
Well, I would say that animation has been a part of my life since my childhood. When I was young, I watched videos on YouTube about, 2008, 2009, something like that, where people made mostly paint animations or pivots, stickman figures. Yep. And I would say that small content creators inspired me the most. Those on YouTube, not Disney, not Pixar, not these movies, no. I would say more like people like Chincherinas or Save Moss or Crinkles or Newgrounds, of course. That website too. And in general, I've been trying 2D animation, frame by frame animation, slideshows, you could say. 3D animation is a very, very new field for me. I started experimenting in it from 2020. I've only spent like 1.5 years in it. And I would say I feel really welcome in it. It's definitely difficult to enter. It has a bit of a skill ceiling, you could say, but it's definitely worth it.
We had a couple of questions posed to you guys from Rip the Jacker, and they said it must be hard to get the voice lines without other game sounds. So like a lot of noise where it's like you'll hear that certain voice line that maybe Saltspire or Krillian says, but there's always the sound of maybe a bomb exploding or someone else reloading or a rat screaming while they're getting killed. How do you isolate the sounds, the voice lines?
Yeah. Well, I can say that there, thankfully, yeah, I found out well technique that allows me to get the audio files from the game. But before I knew that, someone on the subreddit like 2 years ago or three, year 2018, posted 2 gigabytes worth of audio files from the game, and I would say that that was my main resource. Yep.
Oh, I
Yeah,
know which
there's
one, the
these.
big pack you're talking about on Reddit. I know what you're talking about.
Yep. Yep, that's the one. Yeah, there's this one can go even before the game itself and yeah, see and hear, well, hear the voice lines from files. Yeah. It happened to me one time that I didn't have that opportunity, and it was with uh, Bestigor. I didn't have access to the voice lines of the Beastman. So what I had to do was indeed isolating, in this case, the Bestigor and other Beastmen on a corner in the Winds of Magic or other maps, trying to find a place without sounds. It was kind of, I was there recording his voice. He was doing voice acting, the Beastman himself in a little studio. So yeah, I had to isolate the model and record the voice lines. I still have those records where every time my main character in that moment, which is Kirilian. I hope no one will hate me for that. I love Kirilian. I still have these recordings where I had to pick the voice line multiple times because Kirilian, don't know why, just got out with some voice line around like gosh, where are the others or something like that, because indeed she was alone. I killed all the other bots to isolate the voice line.
So let me
Yeah, otherwise there are other sources, yeah, more comfortable.
Yeah, Carillion, please be quiet. I'm trying to listen to the Beastman.
Yeah.
Let me get this straight. For that Beastigor that you were talking about, you didn't have the audio on hand. So you went into game and you found a Beastigor and you bullied him into a corner so that you could get his audio files, like record them as he delivered them, and then went back into your post-production, ripped the audio, and then chopped it up for yourself.
Yeah, hopefully I could spawn the Bestigor itself in the corner. Otherwise, yeah, it would have been way harder to put him in there. But yeah, that's the process. That was the process for that time.
Oh my God,
Yeah, it was kind of hard that time. Was yeah.
Yeah, I forgot the creature spawner mod. Oh my God, I forgot to mention that one. Sorry.
Amazing. Yeah.
Do you guys have?
The modders.
This isn't on our questions. I just kind of thought about that because you talk about creature spawn and all that. Do you guys have a certain recording booth in game if that's something you're gonna do, or what's
Yep.
You know,
recording didn't hear. Didn't hear well.
So like it's like you know you're gonna do these certain characters and you want certain lines, sure. So if you don't have that on file, do you have like a spot, whether in the keep or a certain map you like to use?
A certain place where we like to record that. Oh well, it happened for me only for a few times, and it was with the Beastman mostly. And so yeah, it was in the Winds of Magic map. And I love. There's a place in Tarson Keep where there are no sounds, so that's a nice place where to record voices. So it's a nice. If you are searching for a sound studio, I suggest a sound studio in Tarson Keep. Yeah.
Don't have Drakenfels just like shout at you from the distance. So we're let's take a look here at some of your favorite works that you guys that you've created. What are something we could take a look here and kind of show maybe a little bit longer than a minute for our audience?
Yeah, if you wish, you can go first, Janfon. You say it. You You say who goes first. You decide.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will pick one out. I've seen someone in chat asking for the Steam Tank video. I'm gonna link it very quick.
Amazing, I love it.
Happy to provide. Okay, I send it to Ishkar.
I got it. Opening it up now. Should be able to have there. Okay. All right, guys. This is going to be a pride and joy right here. So let's take a look here. Make it visible for everybody here. All right.
Actually say that yesterday Tim Bentic personally said, like, without anyone telling him to say so, he personally said that he saw the animation himself. That was a very big pride and joy for me.
He did so much stuff that I think is really cool. We're talking about just theater, animation, film in general. I mean, he's an actor. I imagine he probably dabbled a little bit in that to know, you know, to be able to use that knowledge in his craft as well. I think just there's so much to unpack from that conversation. Let's take a look at this video.
You know, I never wanted to be a witch hunter.
Oh, is that right, sir? You had a particular career in mind?
Yes, a steam tank driver. Think of it. Crushing all in my path.
Oh, sounds lovely. Oh, maybe there's a wheelbarrow we could borrow.
No, it wouldn't be the same, because it won't have a whistle. You know, it's like...
What are you doing, Saltspire?
What you mean was right. I'm a steam tank.
This is so much.
I love this face. Look at this. He's like, it's never gonna happen. And then he's like, oh, it will happen. That's so good.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I had someone in the comments section said that I make perfectly exaggerated, a bit cartoony, but still realistic facial expressions.
I see that. I like, especially right here with Saltspire. I definitely see it from his, just like, he's somber, sad, melancholy. If only I could be it. If only. And here comes Kruber coming around the side with the wheelbarrow. He's so excited. He even does a little take to the camera. There's a little bit of some fourth wall right there. I love that. That's really good.
Good guy, Kruber.
Okay, and another video. What's one that we could see here, Mick, that would be a pride and joy of yours that we can watch?
Yeah, there's one scene which I always love to watch and rewatch. It's the beginning of the first minute, we can say the first minute and a half of Rasknit's Skittergate. I think there's the link there. I can send you very fast.
And you're putting it in the oh, where is it? There we go. Okay, I got it. Let's open it up.
All right. So it's the first minute and a half, which.
Oh, come
Introducing
on.
Google Fiber.
My ad block didn't block that one. It's too bad.
Oh.
Gotta update it. Okay, we're gonna watch the first maybe minute and a half here, and this is Rasknit's Skittergate.
Rasknit's Skittergate, yeah.
An alternative prologue. This is gonna be cool.
Today, our visitors are myths. Can cause. plans matters not.
Yet precious.
How puny you are.
Once.
Southlander weaklings die, Northlanders reign.
Glory to the Rockfather. Come, our guests have outstayed their welcome. Greeting.
Sturt, who else wants to try these Southlings?
Joining.
Ooh, we didn't even get to the Gracie
Alright,
himself.
yeah,
But man,
the first part of it. Yeah, so this first part shows the most behind, we can say, behind the scenes about the prologue, which we see. My interpretation, of course, of the behind the scenes of the prologue, which we see as the first quest, tutorial quest we do in Vermintide 2. I always enjoy having a look at it from time to time. So yeah, I wanted to show you that because of if you have some want to see some behind the scenes on it, see some what's a little bit behind it. But yeah, mostly that's a scene I really enjoy and always gladly share to watch.
that's fantastic. Thank you for sharing this kind of stuff with us. If we could get
Thanks to you.
some parting thoughts from you guys, just a quick, if somebody wanted to get into animation and some motion work, where's a good way to start? What's the first step? What advice would you give somebody wanting to start off? And then also tell us where your socials are, where we can find you, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube.
When it comes to starting off, I would say that, well, yeah, it definitely takes a bit of drive and dedication when it comes to the craft, because it's not something that you can really like casually pick up. What? Yep. It definitely takes a bit of time to find the right software for you. Definitely takes some time to figure out the basics. But if you know where to look, if you find communities that can tell you, for example, about the fundamental basics of animation or stuff like basic lighting, if you're interested in that department, then I would say you're ready to enter animation as a whole. And when it comes to my socials, sorry, I almost forgot about that. On YouTube, I'm Gentle1. On the subreddit, I'm, well, Gentle1. And if you ever find someone in Vermintide 2 called Godsplitter, in brackets PL, well then you've just came across me. And that's it.
Godsplitter?
Godsplitter.
I think we've played together. I swear we have.
What?
I swear, like, that name just is pretty unique in my opinion. I don't think I've heard that. We may have had just one random casual game and not even known it.
My God.
And Mick, can you tell us too?
Yeah. So a suggestion I would give is one I really felt during these years is if you enter into a field and want to produce something in that field, one thing which surely will be funny for you, and I think it's very important, is looking and observing a lot the other masters and the masters' work, all the works, the published and the completed and at the final stages works of masters in that field. Observing their works really, if someone is into that field, observing their works not only is enjoyable, but also teaches something always, every time. So that's that's a suggestion and a tip I'd give and really believe into. And then, of course, regarding if it's hard or not, give and drive and of course dedication. In this field in particular, in video production, after I could say that even after a couple months of study, one can already start obtaining something, already can start producing a work and already be satisfied with something. In the other hand, mastering a style and learning specific techniques, yeah, requires a bit more time, requires works, and works. But I think that's something funny if someone enjoys working in that field. So yeah, those are my main advices. And yeah, regarding where to find me, you can find me mostly on YouTube and Twitter, where on YouTube mostly you can find my videos and short films. And it's yeah, the channel is youtube.com channel Mick Tosoni. So this time is Mick Tosoni for short. And on Twitter the same, twitter.com Mick Tosoni. And yeah, you can find me on Reddit too, where I usually post on the Vermintide community all the contents.
Awesome. I'm going to go ahead and link your Twitter as well. I got both your YouTubes out. I'll link your Twitter. But again, thank you guys so much for coming in and sharing your videos and your creations and your insights. Let's get some love in
Yeah.
chat, some emotes for the both of them.
Thanks to you. Thanks a lot. It's been really enjoyable. I was pretty excited at the beginning, super excited. Very cool talk, and really enjoyed it. Thank you very much for having us.
Absolutely. There's a bunch of questions just from watching your videos that I kind of like thought of here on the side, but this is the end of our segment. We might have to have you back so we can talk more about creation of this kind of stuff.
Of course, would be absolutely. I will be absolutely glad.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys again for being here, and we will talk again.
Thanks to you.
All right. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, that was awesome being able to have that kind of conversation in the look and deep dive, basically, of creating. Excuse me, deep dive creating cinematic videos in senses, and we had two very different, strong flavors of those kind of videos. So I'm looking forward to see what content they make in the future. Next up, we have another deep dive going, talking about the development of Sister of the Thorn with Fat Shark's very own Morris. And I'm very excited to have this conversation. Mothmana will be joining us, conducting the interview of kind of what goes on in the development, the idea and the thought process that is the Sister of the Thorn. And then after that, we'll go into some closing ceremonies, some giveaways, and then some other things I would love to talk about with you guys after this next interview. So give me a moment and we'll get it all set up. Hello.
Hello.
Here we go. Hail to you.
Does my mic work?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead and give us a little test. Make sure the audio levels are good.
Hello. Hello.
I hear him fine. What do you guys? How do you guys feel? And Moth?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Great.
All right.
So I don't know, Morris, if we've ever officially met like over comms or anything, but I assume a lot of Vermintide, our peer lore guy. I'm more of a lore historian rather than a hardcore, super good Deathwish Onslaught 2 player. So that's kind of like my realm is lore and characters and backgrounds. And I think that this is gonna be really fun for me. I'm gonna be holding on to every word you say about the development here of the sister.
All right. Awesome. Yeah, I've seen a bit of your work, and it's really fun to be here. So
thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. And the people who might not know who you are, could you give us a quick, brief introduction?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so my name is Morris. I am the lead animator at Vermintide 2. I'm quite new to the Fat Shark family. I've only been here for like 1.5 years now. But it feels like I've been here for way longer. Like this whole working from home situation has really messed with my time perception. But everything after the Drakenfels maps I have been involved with, and yeah, other than that, I main Victor when I play V2. So that's part why I was so stoked about Tim being here yesterday. Like such a legend, and I couldn't stop smiling when he did his impromptu lines. Like so great. I really hope that Janfon will make some crazy alternative reality cinematic with the blood for the blood god lines. Such heresy. Love it. But yeah, that's me.
Yeah, that's awesome. And Moth as well. Let's get just a little introduction of you.
Oh, well, I'm Moth. You guys met me yesterday when we did our aforementioned interview with Tim. I am a cosplayer, content creator, of any kind of content for this game imaginable, and I sometimes help with these streams.
Did we lose him? He vanished.
He's missing. All right, well, while we're waiting for Ishka, I'll go ahead and ask you some questions. So you gave us an introduction. Can you tell us a little bit about how you got started at Fat Shark and on the Vermintide project specifically? And had you played Warhammer before, or?
Yeah, sure. I actually did collect and paint the figurines at one time, but that was like a very long time ago. So it was like the Warhammer universe wasn't like that remote to me, but I hadn't done anything with it for a long time. And then it was an old friend who works at Fat Shark that recommended me to the place, and it was through him then that I got interviewed, and it was like during those interviews that I got to meet all the amazing people at Fat Shark that I got really like stoked to work on this project because they've been so passionate about it. So it was hard to not want to be part of it. But I actually didn't play anything of Vermintide 1, and I only played a bit of the Vermintide 2 when it was released, and then I think I was in like my deep trenches of Dota 2 at the time, so it was really hard to get my attention. But I've played a lot since then now, so I think I'm not that bad. I hope.
Dota is some really deep trenches to claw yourself out of, man. I've been there.
Yeah, I've fallen into it again now, sadly. But yeah, it's hard.
Stay free to play. Stay free to play.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that was how I met Fat Shark.
Okay, so if you've met Fat Shark, you get into Fat Shark. Can you kind of walk us through a typical day of Fat Shark, of the Shark Tank itself?
Shark Tank? Yeah, of course. It's a bit different now with working from home, but like a normal day, if I'm not in a lot of meetings, I think I spend about 70% of my time in Autodesk Motion Builder, which is the software we use. And the rest I probably spend working in the state machine, like hooking up the animations to do the proper things. I also try to understand the code, but that is a different beast, and I haven't really gotten to it yet. But it depends on where in the development cycle we are. Like if it's early on into a feature, then it's a lot of bouncing ideas and working tightly with the design to we do a quick animation, we iterate with design, try to work it out, and then go in a circle. But if it's more in the middle of production, maybe you'd find me or one of the other animators in the motion capture suit, and we're doing the third person animations or for a trailer or something. And then we spend most of the day fixing and editing the data we get from that. And if it's in the very late process, then maybe we're just play testing or finding bugs, trying to fix bugs. But yeah. I don't know. did I answer the question? Did I
Yeah,
ramble
you
on?
did.
This is good.
All
You
right,
got a gold
good.
star on that one. No, that was good.
Yeah, and so you maybe won't be able to give too much in-depth insight on this, but we were wondering if there's anything that you could tell us sort of about the process behind deciding on Sister of the Thorn as Curlian's next career, or if there were any sort of discussions had and why that was chosen as the next career. Surface level is fine. I know you had specified that before, but
Yeah, so this is perhaps a bit more for the design team to answer, but I think like from the parts that I know, like we wanted to explore like the more obscure and perhaps deeper lore of the Wood Elves, and trying to open up for some different gameplay that wasn't really doable with the existing careers. But yeah, I can't say too much, I'm afraid.
What is? Trying too hard to be professional, and I'm like knocking stuff over.
Oh, sorry, messing with the cameras.
Brilliant is one of the most played. Oh no, you just asked it into about her being one of the most played characters, and you talked about the next career after that. What's that creative process like about creating the new character? You know, the new career, I should say. From just
like I guess. Sorry, at what point in the process does it get to your hands? Because
yeah.
Yeah. So there's usually like it begins with the lore, and like they see from where they can believably transition the character into a new career based off what they got, and then it's like that decision will bounce around as rough ideas until they find like a good spot for it to all match. But I maybe get it first when it's more decided, like we can commit to doing animations for this now. And but the question was like, when do I get it in the process, or did I misunderstand it?
No, you got it. Because before this, you had expressed that there are certain things that are sort of out of your hands.
The design part like often comes before it gets to the animation part. So
right.
And I think they would also love to answer those questions perhaps in more detail, because I can't really give it the full story, sadly.
So you being on the sort of visual end of things, visual artists of all kinds use reference material to do their work. What sort of, I guess, reference do you use, or where does your inspiration come from for certain? Because they have to come from somewhere, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I use a lot of reference videos. Like for example, with the Grail Knights, there was like an endless reference hunt and looking through HEMA videos to try to make it as realistic as possible, because I don't know how to use a sword. And then like but I also take inspiration from movies or other games that have done like stuff that I really like. So, and I try to cherry pick like this I really liked, and then I save it to a folder. So I have a big library of like inspiration videos or just pictures sometimes. So it can be a combination. When doing the Javelin, I looked a bit at like the latest Zelda game. Like they have a good like quick thrust attacks that I really liked, or I might have used it as an excuse to rewatch the 300 movie just for like the cinematic javelin action. But it's also like with the reference, for example, with the magical items, it's much harder to find something like good that you can use. So it's oftentimes it ends up being me in my living room with a broom trying to like act out how could this look and does it feel nice, and try to get it.
Hey man, it's method acting. I think that's really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't anticipate that when I became an animator, but I wish I was a better actor, because I think that would have benefited me a lot.
So what you're saying is you have a whole set of stuff that are your makeshift armor, sword, and shields. Your makeshift daggers are what, like a spatula and a spoon?
Like a trash can lid.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, like the long end of my vacuum has become my most used item, unexpectedly. But at work we have like all these props that is really good for like you get the proper weight and you can like do the motions proper. So sadly none of those at home.
You've done the animation process for many characters in this game, and from Grail Knight to Nurgloth. How do you approach animating each character to make them unique?
Right. Yeah, so I usually try to stay as close to the lore as possible. So at the beginning of all the features, I send a million questions to our resident lore keeper, Morten, the narrative director. And he tries to explain like, yeah, it works like that or this, and they do it because of this. But after that, I try to find something about the feature that's like sets it apart from other things. So for example, with the Nurgloth, I saw that he had a big bell on his scythe, so I tried to like incorporate that into his animation set just to make it unique. I think that's like the driving point to like, how can we make this new and fun. But with the playable characters, it's I'm always trying to get just that like the improve it and make something new that we haven't really seen before. Partly because of the like for the players, they wouldn't like just getting reskins, but also a bit for me, like it wouldn't be that fun to just copy paste everything. So we're always trying to improve the experience. But that also makes it harder. Like we've done a lot of staffs, and then with the live staff, how do we set that apart from all Sienna staffs? And so it's a double-edged sword, I guess, getting like doing new stuff. But yeah, it's all very per character basis. Like we have to figure out something new each time.
So for Sister of the Thorn, were there any specific challenges for animating? I know you mentioned that magic use is a little more challenging to find references for.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, the magic, everything with the live stuff was kind of hard to find out. It took a while before it got really into the place where we liked it. But one of the more like unexpected areas or challenges with that one is like with the javelin to get it to reload with both the left and the right hand, depending on how much ammunition you had. That one small detail was surprisingly hard to get like working as it should, and I was really worried that we would like had to cut it after a while and just reload with one hand.
Are there any details that you're particularly proud of that you
Yeah,
want us to look out for?
Yeah, I really like doing the Easter egg inspection for the live staff. I thought it was just so much fun, just doing stuff that maybe isn't. It's like the optional stuff. The players could totally play the character and never find this thing, but it was so fun just goofing around with it. And I was also quite worried that would get cut as well. Like it's just such a silly thing, but everyone really liked it, so it stuck.
With stuff like,
yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that I was surprised that the players found it so fast. I've thought for sure that we were sneaky with it, and like we'll find it in a year or something. But no,
we'll dig and dig
5
and
days.
dig.
Yeah.
Well, stuff like that. How do you feel about, or have you seen any of like the in-game art of Sister of the Thorn players have put out? Is there any...
Do you mean with the inspection, like this Easter egg thing, or just general art?
General art, like you could see, like if you go to like the Steam and you go to Community Hub, you'll see a bunch of just almost immediate fan art. Like this character was created, or even from announcement, they go, "I'm making this now."
Yeah, I've seen a lot of it, and I really like it. I mainly lurk the Reddit. I scroll through the Steam a little bit here and there, but I trust our community managers to handle that more. But yeah, for example, there was one one like cinematic screenshot of Carillion with her javelin near the Elven ruins that appeared like a day after release that I thought was really like cool looking, which was like perhaps the idea I had when we made that posture for her with that weapon, like to make like those cool scenes. So yeah, I've seen a bunch of the art. It's really fun to see how creative the community can be.
I've got a life staff in my basement that I just have yet to
What?
photograph and post. That's been sitting around my house for months now.
That's awesome. Love to see that one.
Yeah, I'll put it out there. We just saw some interviews with fan animators. Have you seen any of their work before? Do you have any thoughts on their lovely work?
Yeah, I think I've seen most of the work. Like this is so close to what I do, so I really like to see like the animation and the cinematics that they make. So I really liked the Beastigore video from Mick. I thought it was it's so cool to see the different factions within Vermintide fight each other. I don't think I've seen that before, so that was like really cool. And of course, like everything Janfon has done it's so close to my daily work, so it's really fun to see like the fan version of it, and he can maybe go a bit more extreme than what I would ever get to do. So it's fun to see that. For example, the Steam Tank scene that we saw, it's just so good. Like the dialogue is made to be like made into a cutscene.
Well,
it's really cool.
With stuff like that, excuse me, with stuff like that, is there any point in time or a piece of media or something that you saw personally that you made that decision, I want to pursue animation? What was your aha moment?
My aha. I wish I had one. I think for the longest time I thought I would be a game artist, like making 3D models and the characters and stuff. So before this I studied for 5 years, 2 different like exams. But so it was first like 4 years into my studies that I accidentally fell into the animation hole, and then I just got stuck there and never left because it's like it was the right fit for me. That was my hole. But yeah, maybe I think if anything was to blame, I think it's probably like the Ratchet and Clank games when I grew up. Nice. I thought like their animations had such like you could see that they had fun when they animated the stuff, and I think that was like I always think of that like, am I having fun when I'm doing this? And I hope it will come through to the players like in the same way.
Can you talk about or can you recall what might be your first animation?
Yeah, it was a really horrible walk cycle. It was like a student game we made, and I had made the art for the character, and the proportions were a bit off, and then the walk cycle looked like a robot. But I think it's still somewhere on the interwebs, but not one of my proudest works.
We could maybe open the floor to chat, ask a couple of questions to you, whether it's about Sister of the Thorns or getting to know more of you.
We had a comment from YOLO Burlo McSwag 420 saying that they love the clapping animation on Sister of the Thorn. That's sort of like
nice.
Which I agree, that little punctuation there of her career skill.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, that one was doing the career animation was also really hard. Get it to feel good. Like, did a couple of iterations, and I think we landed on something nice.
So for the models of the characters, I guess this is first time I've ever considered it or want to ask are the characters Carillion, Kruger, Bard, and Sienna, Saltspire, is that built from the ground up, or do you have a human 3D model and then you edit that?
Do you mean like when we do new art pieces for them, or
like in animating them? That's all through software.
Yeah, we have the Yeah, so we have the character models in our software, and then we like bend the joints to get them to do the stuff, like one rotation at a time. So it's a very time-consuming thing to do the animations, but unless you do it with a mocap, yeah. What?
Yeah. Yeah, well, someone was asking in chat, are most of the animations coming from mocap data, or are they mostly manually keyframed animations? So I think that kind of answers that question.
Yeah, so yeah, everything in the first-person view is handmade. It's so hard to get motion capture data to look good. Like when the camera is somewhere here and you have your hands here, it doesn't really work to do the mocap for it. But I would have loved to do it otherwise.
I just thought of that. Like, all right, gotta reload. Like, it's...
Yeah. Seeing reloads from other games is horrible from another perspective, and like the arms come out and then go through the camera and down. Yeah. But everything, or most of the stuff in third person for the humanoids, we do with mocap. Because it's so time consuming to do it otherwise.
Do we have any... Let me see.
We have another comment. Someone saying, I used to practice longsword Hema, and I appreciate the Breton sword so much. It was a lot of hype for me to see it for the first time.
Nice.
And it's their favorite thing in the game, so.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm really glad. I didn't expect people to be so stoked about proper representation of like the techniques in the game. I just thought it was a cool thing, but people have been really, like the feedback I've seen is that people really like it. So hopefully we can do more stuff like that.
Well, because
I think everyone enjoys, being able to like point to something and think like, okay, they did their research here. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, I was exactly saying that. Like when you mentioned Hema earlier on, it's super brutal. But then you watch like how many YouTube videos, like, is it kind of that thing where it's like, okay, I have a Falchion, I have a Zweihander, and you're like, Hema Zweihander, like, fight. And you're like, how many of these I gotta watch and really get it? Because you only get sometimes certain angles. So now you have to invent the rest of that to visually in front of you.
Yeah, and it's easy like to do it in third person, but then when you have to do it, like to get the idea of it in the first person is really hard. Like if you have your weapon behind your head, how do you show that without just having the hands fly away from the camera? So it was a good challenge, for sure. But it was also very fun to just learn the Hema stuff. Like I would never have fallen into that part if I hadn't done the research for this. Much more fun than like doing the shooting weapons from other games.
And now if someone ever challenges you to a duel, you'll be slightly more prepared.
Slightly. I come with the great sword.
Yeah, or a vacuum cleaner extension.
Yep.
Yeah. That would work.
YOLO says, what is or hardest animation you've ever worked on? But you were still happy with it after it was all said and done.
Right. Yeah. I think like from the engineer trailer, like there is one close-up shot where he's like intricately like working with his gun and moving parts and trying to like build it up. And now that scene was like quite hard to get good because it's so much small details and stuff. So it took me a long while before I got really happy with how that turned out. On top of my head, like, there might be other stuff that was harder.
Is there one that you may have like really were very picky about? Like this gotta work. Maybe it's not even like I don't want to say important, but like a smaller detail that you like maybe caught yourself obsessing over.
Maybe not animation related in that sense, but like there was different small counters on the engineer's rotary gun, that counted his ammunition as you were shooting, and like that small detail to get that in, so it actually accurately represented how much you've used. Like, I had to fight a lot for, like, or not fight a lot with the team, but like we had to pull some stuff in to get it working properly, which was kind of cool. And also just getting the rotary to work properly, like when he stops shooting, it slows down, and to make that look smooth.
We have another. Do you do any 3D modeling? Do you do any 3D modeling at Fat Shark, or in your free time at all?
So not at Fat Shark, but I do it quite frequently at my free time. Like me and a couple of friends usually do a couple of game jams per year. Just like a game jam is like a game development competition. Like you have 3 days to do a small game, and then you compete against other developers. So we usually compete in there, and then we all do we do a bit of code, a bit of art. Like I only do the animations, but everyone has to pitch in. But luckily, no art at Fat Shark. I think the artists we got, they are too good, so I would just do bad stuff there.
Someone asked, at what stage does animation happen in game development, and how do you sort of alpha or stand in animations before that time comes?
How do I alpha? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
I think what they're trying to ask is before, like, do the mechanics come first before the animations are done? And if so, is it just like a, like a T-pose model carrying out the actions, or?
No, it's usually with a game like Vermintide, there is so much animation already in it, so they can always like use this as a temp placeholder until the animators come in and do their work. But if there is an animator standing by, then usually we do like really fast, blocky animations, just so they have something to trigger their stuff on and test out their loops. Yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Yes, I think that's what they were asking.
Yeah.
Someone's asking, where's the ammo counter on the crank? On the crank minigun.
Yeah, you actually only see it if you when you're shooting, and then if you inspect the weapon, you'll see it like it's a small circular gauge that measures steam, I guess. But so it's a really small detail. But that's where the fun is, I'd say.
For sure.
Yeah.
Trying to see if there's any other questions posed that we might have missed. Are there any in-game animations you worked on that were different when you arrived at FS and you changed them all, and you all changed them? Like, did you look at something previously already done and you go, hey, let's rework that?
There is some of the stuff has been reworked since I came here. Like, for example, we redid all the inspection animations for the weapons. So now you can you inspect it and you can flip it around in your screen. And previously that was just you pressed Z and the weapon was static, so you could only see it from one angle. But so we reworked that into this new interactive inspection system.
I think I speak on behalf of all cosplayers here when I say thank you for that. Getting screenshots is so much easier that way.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, and I think the art for the weapons is so good. It was a shame to only see it from one angle, and otherwise having to go out in third person and try to get it. So it was really fun to do. And you can also get in a bit of personality into the weapons. Like when Victor inspects his brace of pistols, he spins them or stuff like that, which is also super fun.
Well, it's funny because before, or maybe it just wasn't implemented yet. I remember if you did that inspect, yeah, he would do that spin, but it would feel very rigid. And now I can't remember exactly. Maybe just after Grail Night, not too long after, maybe you could do an inspect, and then if you turn enough, you can actually see your character kind of do this thing, and they can, if you look up, like physically with the mouse, your characters look up, you see just their wrist move, and so then with that, you get to see more of the weapon.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the feature that we were really happy about.
Was that I kind of noticed that a while ago when I had an eye tracker. So with the eye tracker, if you move your head and whatnot, the camera pans as well. So does any of that in consideration, or is this all just fun and hey, this just works perfectly?
We didn't actually think about the eye tracker, but it was like we got a bit of new tech that we wanted to play around with, and then we like tried out the inspection thing and realized, yeah, this is really cool. And we made it for the Grail Knight, and then when people really liked it, we reworked it for all the other weapons as well after that. But it was mostly like a spur of the moment thing. Like had a good day maybe.
I think we've gone through all our questions. So
awesome.
Is there a voice line that might, or like when you're animating a certain character or animating a certain animation, does a voice line pop up in your head like, ooh, can I, like, do you have a pool of voice lines? You're like, let's try this one, or are you just more like, it's just a reload?
I don't think we rarely, like during the gameplay, we rarely animate the faces for specific voice lines. We began doing a bit of that for the engineer when he aims his weapon. He closes one eye and goes into zooming. But we don't really. I don't think I have a specific voice line that like I've animated for this particular thing.
So, kind of what I understood you just said, like when you with the engineer and the face expression, when you're playing, I mean, it's first person, so you don't really get to see it, but your character is actually making these faces all throughout the match, all throughout the game. So it's not just like, oh, we're talking and we're moving our mouth, but they could be doing winces or grimaces just as you're running through. I think that's
we've
amazing.
Been trying to get that more into it. But yeah, you rarely see your third-person character. Like it's so many Skavens and enemies that it's hard to see what's actually happening on for the other characters.
And for
little moments.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, that I noticed that are amusing, just like taking Barden on any lifting platform that has a sudden drop and his beard has the physics applied to it so that it's like flying in the air. It's always a joy to see.
Yeah, all the physics bugs.
No, it's not a bug. It looks like his hair is like blowing in the wind as you're falling. I think it looks intentional. No, yeah, don't fix it. Please leave it.
What's I just had it. So with the animations of like Skaven, I remember in V1, and it's similar in V2, and then you have even the Rot Bloods and the Beastmen. Skaven, I remember there was upwards of 70 idle animations for even just something as a clan rat. How do you go about creating such a huge library of animations for the Rot Blood or a regular gore?
So I wasn't at Fat Shark during the production of those, so I can't really tell, but I can maybe guess that they, if it was in mocap, they had a lot of they just had the actor play out a lot of idling scenarios and then they cut it up and used it. But
because I remember reading that,
I don't quite know.
That's a lot. That's a lot of just a clan rat. It can be anything from leaning over, scratching its back, looking around, looking over its shoulder, checking out its weapon. That's only 5, and there's 70.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. I guess the fan cinematic people must really appreciate that, getting to.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if they can trigger them specifically, or they just have to follow one rat and get that perfect animation. But it makes them feel so much more alive when you have a big library.
Someone would like to know if you had anything to do with the for the life staff when you immobilize things and levitate them. The floating animations for the pack masters or the loot rats are like very amusing in a good way. Like it's one of my favorite things about that weapon.
Yeah, I love the pack master's floating idol. Like he's trying to hold on to his staff or his hook rat thing. But no, they were all made before me, most of them. So there was like a bit of tweaks here and there, but that was
Gotcha.
other talented animators.
Rotisserie style? Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Somebody's saying do the levitation with the life staff and then use coruscation staff to light a fire under it, rotisserie style. I see.
Oh, that's mean.
I mean, what they're gonna do with that hook? There's worse, right? And just cook this rat. That's so good. Well, is there anything that you would maybe like a pro tip or some advice that you would give somebody who wants to get into your field?
Sure. Yeah. Get feedback on what you're doing. I would suggest like that's the hardest part, but also the most giving part. Like there's a lot of forums and discords for animators. So join one of them and like post your work, and don't be too afraid of getting constructive feedback on the stuff. Like you'll improve greatly if you just listen to what people has to say about it, and then just keep animating. Like I think doing these kind of fan animations, the cinematics that, for example, Janfon has done is an awesome way to get like both have fun with it and also like improve, which is one of the most fun thing about seeing all of Janfon's work is I think he's improved a lot. Like if you see it from the beginning, and then the latest work he posted like yesterday or the day before that was like really good. So yeah, just do a lot of stuff and ask for feedback on it would be my 2 cents.
Okay. Do you have any like last questions, Moth? Are we muted? Am I muted?
No.
Oh.
No, I'm good. Yeah. No, I think that's all we had.
Okay.
Awesome.
Well, let's get some emotes in chat, some love here for Morris, and thank you so much for talking with us and like giving us that inside look and talking everything about from animating to stuff that you do.
No worries, and thanks for having me, and thanks for doing this. It's awesome to see like the community come together, and like it's really fun because we make the game for you guys. So seeing that you guys like it is like a big part of working on it.
And it's great to have this back and forth with you guys too.
Absolutely. Okay, well, till our next time, thank you again for joining, and keep slaying rats. Keep animating us so we can keep killing rats.
Will do. Yeah. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Oh, sorry. I gotta. Oh, what am I doing? Stop. Oh, now you see my ghost. Oh boy. There we go. That's better. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Morris and Moth. Thank you both. I'm kind of jittery at this point. I think that was a really good, insightful conversation we just had about the inner workings of Carillion. So we're going to be moving into the next phase, which is a little bit shorter than the rest of them because we're starting to get to a wrap up. And we want to do some closing ceremonies. We want to do some giveaways. And I'm going to go ahead and bring in EXAN so we can have that conversation. I have way too many Discord notifications.
Hello? Hi, are you getting bombarded with Discord notifications?
Just in general, like you've seen the screenshots. I'll have like 300 plus, like not even joking.
Oh my goodness, okay.
I'll be like, hey, and it's, I'd love to respond to them, but I got this going on right now. So,
All right, it's been a day.
It has been. It has been. We're gonna move into some closing ceremonies here, and some giveaways. Are you ready for that?
Mm-hmm.
So, do you want to go ahead and take the reins and tell us what we're doing for like maybe a giveaway, or how do you want to start this?
So I first kind of want to thank everyone for coming into these streams. This is really impromptu. I want to thank Ishka for kind of doing this pretty much all himself. We had one shopcaster unfortunately fall ill, so he was like, "It's okay, I'll do it." And upstairs his wife is very pregnant, so also shout out to Ishka's wife for not going to labor this entire stream. She is the real hero. I don't know how she's doing it.
I was waiting for the. It's time. Like I'm waiting for it. I knew. Like,
We were like, stream baby? Are we gonna have a stream baby? I think we're gonna have a stream baby. And
dude.
she is a champion.
And then I want to just like piggyback what you just said. There's thanking the people that came in. I also want to thank the person who gave a $5 donation as well. That's huge. It goes. I know it says if you scroll down to the donation portion of the stream, you just scroll down, look at the panels. If you do click on that, that does send it to me. It's right now it's just to my account. But 100% of any donation given here on this channel goes back into the channel. That's not from my pockets. That's for finding more art. Like you've guys seen the logos, so you've seen the channel art itself. You saw that Sienna picture. Hopefully once we hit affiliate, that's going to go into something like emotes into the future. The music on the channel, all of the stuff, if you guys do feel the spirit of generosity, the donations do 100% go back into this channel to create more content in a very specific way, which is Vermintide, from Vermintide users to Vermintide users, and hopefully to Darktide users as well in the future.
Yeah, it's coming up soon.
So again, big thank you for all and any of your generosity. Thank you.
Yeah. So we have, I believe, 8 codes to give away. Let me pull up our list here. I thought I pinned it.
I saw you pin it in Discord.
Aha! I pinned the wrong thing, but I got to it anyway. All right. So we're gonna start with.
Did you hear that, Rob?
A premium Sister of the Thorn cosmetics DLC. So if you want that, now caveat: you need to own Sister of the Thorn. It will not work if you don't have Sister of the Thorn. Make sure you have Sister of the Thorn first. But if you want to, we can use the word #hats for that. If you want that, go ahead and type that into the chat.
Is there any... How do I view this? Is there a way that I can view this so people can see like the list or anything?
I have it in a window.
Okay. Yeah, so #hats for a premium Sister of the Thorn DLC pack. But you do have to have Sister of the Thorn base for it to work.
That's not the word onion. Alright, I'm gonna roll it. And the winner is Eggtler Lowest.
You say something in chat, we will be able to get that to you. Confirm that you see it.
Alright, the next one is a Grail
Okay,
Knight.
good, we see it.
What?
Oh no, I just see them say something in chat.
That guy wins every giveaway I see. Alright, so the next one, we have 2 keys for Grail Knight. If you win it and you already have it, you can give it to a friend. So we're gonna do #hashtag for the lady.
Ooh. For the lady. Man. I'm thinking directly behind me. I should put. I think put directly behind me. I'm gonna get an armor stand, put my armor on it. But that might
Did your shield
terrify me.
ever show up?
Nope, it's missing.
So he just moved, and his movers might have stolen his shield.
Or lost it. I have a full set of armor for people who haven't seen me RP. I RP in a suit of steel, an actual suit of steel. As a paladin in training, I have a whole story that I do on my channel, and in the move, my boxes are basically all destroyed. The original packaging of it, the sword itself wasn't even put in the boxes, literally wrapped in brown paper, and the shield is just missing. So, when you see me eventually on my channel, I will be scrubbing the rust off of my armor and oiling my sword and shopping for a new shield.
So, Michelle and YOLO Brolo Mixed Swag 420 Blaze 68.
Yeah,
have won
nice.
the GK, the Grail Knight codes. And YOLO's always in my chat on my Twitch channel, so I know where to find him.
He says, "Oh my god, another whisper by EXAN." Jay, that's not even the worst. I saw when I moved from Germany. My wife was in school in Germany. She did a study abroad, and so we went to Germany. And the shipping back, 90% of our stuff fell off the boat into the ocean, and the other 10%, I had a leaky container, or whatever shipping container was leaky, and all my stuff got molded. So back to square one, but that was like 4 years ago.
All right, so for our last part of the giveaway, we're going to roll it 5 times. We have 5 Vermintide 1 Collector's Editions. At least I think they're Collector's Edition. We have 5 Vermintide 1 codes. So your hashtag is going to be hashtag OG Rat Slayers.
Oh, nice. Something I want to ask. Go ahead.
Yep.
I was just gonna say something I wanted to ask, because this is a new setup for me, the basement and all that. Was there any issue in the past 2 days of the stream? Was there any sort of hiccups? Were there any sort of like buffering issues for anybody? This was supposed to be at 60 FPS and at 720 resolution, I think. Maybe 1080. But if you guys didn't have any issues, that's a good sign for me on where we can keep going with this. I hope all the audio was good. I clearly need to get a better battery for my light source, because I saw towards the end of the stream it was getting darker and darker, more cave-like. What else was I gonna ask? How did you guys, the viewers, the people who came in and watched both days, or just if you were here for today or just yesterday, what did you see? What did you like? Did you enjoy the conversations with devs? Did you enjoy certain segments? What did you like the most, and what would you like to see more of? Because that's a big thing we want to do here, other than just tournaments. I don't want to say just tournaments, but tournaments as well, and the other celebrations that we do. Onion, I pulled my gambeson out, and the first thing I thought of was you. I was like, she's gonna talk so much, she's gonna do it. I gotta watch this before I wear it.
So Paula Bones and Nastro 3D have won a Vermintide 1 key. If there's a bit of a delay between rolls, it's because I am literally typing the winners into Ishkan's chat, so I have them somewhere. Rasputini has also won a Vermintide 1 key. So, fun fact, when I was setting up this channel yesterday, I saw Rasputini sitting in the chat waiting for the stream to start, and I honestly thought he was a bot because he was in here like 3 hours earlier.
Hey, when you're excited, you're gonna show up. You know, like back
right.
in the day when people went to the movies and they would camp outside in a tent to like watch the new Star Wars.
Kaniska has won a Vermintide 1 key. 2, 3, 4. So our last roll. And we need. Oh, you can, but we'd have to re-roll for 2 more times. I am just going to just pull from the chat itself.
Yeah.
Let's say. So Bartimaeus. It's cool. Has 1-1. And again, if you don't need it, you can just give it to a friend. That's a lot of hashtags. And then last roll is Rabble. Rabble is one of Vermintide 1 key.
Very nice.
And those are 8 keys for giveaway today.
All right, that's awesome. We will be getting in touch with you guys after the end of the stream, possibly in the end of the day, getting those keys out to you. How will they get them?
I will whisper them either from this channel or from the EXAN channel.
But it will be over Twitch.
It will be over Twitch. Make sure you have your whispers open. Otherwise, there's no way I can get it to you.
Okay. How do you, let me see, there was a way I did that before where like you can receive whispers. Like how do you check to see if your whispers are, I think you have to go to your own channel.
I think it's under settings.
Notifications, video prime. Trying to see if there's a quick way I can find it. Notifications maybe? No, security. Oh man. It will be in your settings. You'll find it. It's basically just make sure your whispers. Oh, did I find it? Okay. I'm gonna go back to the channel. Let's see if I can access it here.
Yeah, it's in security and privacy, block whispers from strangers.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, so make sure you have that disabled. So we need to be able to get DMs from people who aren't friends on Twitch so that you can get your keys. So this is our closing. This is our parting. I do want to say thank you guys for coming in. Can we get some love in chat for EXAN, please, for pulling this together? Just it's so much like leadership and just effort on her part, reaching out to people, collecting like the stuff that you see here, the videos, the images, creating spaces for people like the Discord that we have in order to plan and make a schedule and get the whole event actually running is on EXAN's like immense effort. So please, let's just fill the chat with a bunch of hearts and Vermintide emotes that you have for EXAN, please.
Thank you. Same to you, Ishka. We could not do it without you.
I love casting in every fashion. So every time and chance I have to be here on camera, to broadcast, to interview, to even just like kind of host it, and then kind of segue into it. Like say there's an interview in the future and maybe it's you and Moth and I kind of sit back and then we come back and I'm kind of like, I don't know, leading that. I think that would be really cool too. I think there's just so many flavors of people that can come in, different flavors of conversations, and it's always a pleasure. And thank you for having me every time.
Thank you. Our next stream will be June 25th, possibly the 26th and the 27th for the Onslaught Captain Series. This is a guided learning event for those who are new to different Onslaught difficulties. We will be having a how to get set up and modded without crashing, modded 101 on the 25th. 26th, someone might stream their actual guided runs. And the 27th, we will have interviews with Ice, Core, and Grimalact about their new modded difficulties.
I'm so excited. They've been working on that, huh? That's so good.
All right. That's it from me. Do you have any parting words, Ishka?
I just, again, want to thank everybody for coming in. Thank you for understanding yesterday when I said I may have to leave midstream, and there's a team behind me, EXAN and Moth as well, that they would pick up the fight, and you guys are perfectly fine with that. You're like, that's awesome. In fact, you guys congratulated me, and so I think that there's just a very strong level of love and community that's cultivated here, and I hope we continue to see it grow, exactly like Rebel said. I hope we continue to see Vermintide grow, and then once Darktide is here, I hope we get to see figure out cool and new ways for us to pull that together. So till then, we'll see you on the 25th. And
All right.
yeah, we'll see you guys next
Go
time.
ahead. Yeah.
The weave is dying, and forgiveness is dead. I could not give her what she sought. The blessed sisters of Kadai and Kitharai seldom allow prayers to go unanswered. But one should always be careful seeking favors of goddesses. One never knows quite how it will end.